Hello everyone, this is John Galt speaking, here with a live stream video, which is tentatively titled, Making a Modular Custom Ability System. Okay? So, once upon a time in a galaxy far away, I was in the process of creating a Tribes Ascend clone game. And during the process of the prototyping and all that stuff, I was trying to come up with a ability system. Okay, and so not knowing how to do C++, I'm completely restricted to blueprints. Okay, so I know. I see you guys in the back. Don't think I don't pay attention to you guys in the back. I see you guys in the back. But John Galt, you should use the ability system that's built right into the Unreal Engine, right? Problem with that is you have to be able to do C++ in order to use that. And I don't. And I won't. So I had to come up with a way to try to create a modular ability system on my own. Okay, now what do I mean when I say modular? Modular actually I've got another project open here that we're actually going to do this in, and so that's what we'll talk about when I say modular. Okay, so I'm going to hit the play button here, and you're going to see that I can be, red team or blue team. You guys have seen this little template. This is my teams and class select template. And so the idea of this template is that you have 5 classes, right? I'm sure some of you guys have played games that have classes, okay? Now, the idea of these classes here was kind of based on Tribes Ascend, and also kind of based on Firefall. Okay, a game I used to play, well, both of them a long time ago. So in those games, you had things like Dreadnought, Brute, right? You had the Brute class, you had the Engineer class. So you had all these different classes. And a lot of these classes carried unique weaponry. And also, they had certain things that they could do, and you could change them out, right? Like you could have an assault that had an ability called Afterburner. You had an assault that you could also change out Afterburner to something different, right? Like burn jets, for example. And so you had 3 or 4 different abilities that you could select from within each class, right? Like Biotech, as an example, had God, it's been so long ago, I don't really remember, but it had like a poisonous gas that could be released, an AoE gas. You had a Dreadnought that had things like a shield wall, like it would literally put a shield in front of the character that would block incoming, damage and stuff. You had an Engineer that could throw out auto turrets, right? And the little turrets would automatically track enemies. So there were a bunch of different abilities. And the main thing about them was that they were changeable, right? So like the assault, you could go into this little terminal and you could quote unquote customize your assault, right? You could pick what primary weapon it had. You could pick what secondary weapon it had, what kind of a grenade that it carried, and also the ability. Okay. So let me go ahead and escape out of that, and we'll pop back into this project, right? So this basically was the initial prototype of the game that I was working on, which was to be a Tribes Ascend clone. And at one point in time, this was actually for sale on the UE4 marketplace, and one thing led to another. 84 controversies later, it was pulled from the marketplace. Mostly my decision. Okay. So I'm going to spawn in here, and we're going to go into third person view, and you're going to see in the little UI, the crappy UI that I have, you're going to see a thing called Afterburner with a number 5 after it. Okay. And so what that does is when you activate it, it launches the character forward at a high rate of speed. And you're going to see that the little cooldown where it says 5 still says 5, and it does not start until you hit the ground. Okay. Otherwise, you could just afterburn to infinity and beyond, essentially. So what I did was I made it where the cooldown for this particular ability does not start until you hit the ground. So when you're in the air, right, and you try to activate it again, it won't activate until it resets. And the only way you can get it to reset is when you hit the ground, and then it'll do a little cooldown, 5 seconds. And then once it does that, you can do it again, right? And so that's the notion of an ability, right? So this happens to be the only one in this project. But when I designed it, I created it to be modular. Now, what does that mean? Once again, what that means is if we go take a look at the master character blueprint, okay, in the class defaults here, you're going to see that there are slots on this character, right? You have a primary weapon slot, you have a secondary weapon slot, you have a melee slot, you have a grenade slot, and also you have an ability slot. Now, the only ability in this prototype that I was selling on the UE4 marketplace is in fact the ability called Afterburner. Okay. And so what I did is I used the same kind of principle that I do for the weapon systems that I built for this, which is you create a master weapon, and then within that master weapon, you script in logic to make it where you can tinker around with some settings in it, and you can make it be an automatic hit scan rifle, or you could make it be a grenade launcher, or you could make it be a, I don't know, a homing rocket launcher, right? It just depends on whatever you script in it. And then the idea is you create a child blueprint, you tinker with those settings, and then you create a different child blueprint, tinker with those settings, and then that's what gives you your different weapons, okay? But they all come from a master weapon, okay? So that's the same kind of logic that I put into this ability system. I want to be able to create a master ability, and from that master ability, I want to be able to create child blueprints, change some things, and make it be a unique ability. Okay. The problem is, or was, weapons is not hard to do that with, right? Because essentially weapons are all the same. Some of them are hit scan. Some of them are projectile based. Some of them have scopes. Some of them don't. Some of them carry more ammo. But essentially, at the end of the day, they're all basically the same thing. You change the rates of fire, right? You, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have ever actually looked through my weapons, right? And like in particular, this weapon, or in my third person TPS template or my multiplayer TPS template. I don't know if you guys have ever bothered to actually look in there, but essentially what happens is the way that I build these things, let me close some of this stuff down here. It's all scripted into a single blueprint. Okay. And then when you look at the class defaults, like we looked at a minute ago, you can change quite a few things about these weapons. Okay. Now these weapons in these templates were not as advanced as the game that I was making, but the general gist is the same, right? So you can see, you can change the name of the weapon. You can change the name of the muzzle socket. You can change the name of the hand that the weapon goes in. You can check this box and it will make it be a hit scan weapon. If it's not a hit scan weapon, you can plug in a projectile. You can select the firing mode, which in this one there's only 2, but in my advanced template it would have single fire, auto fire, multi-fire, which would be like shotguns. It would have homing fire, which would be like a homing rocket. You know, several different firing mode. Burst fire, right? If you wanted to make a burst fire weapon, you can tell it what animations it needs to use, right? So if it's a pistol, you would tell it here that it needs to use pistol animations, right? You can change the radius of the trace of the weapon. You can change the, not the radius, you can change the length of the trace. You can change the radius of the trace. You can change the spread of the trace, meaning to give it weapon spread. You can dictate, you know, if it's a single fire weapon, how long do you have to wait in between shots? The auto fire rate, what's its rate of fire? How much damage does it do? How much ammo's in the clips? How much does it carry toto? And then you also have the ability to plug in what kind of effects it's going to use, what kind of montages it uses for putting it away, switching weapons, reloading, etc., etc. So I wanted to create an ability system that was similar to this, where you could do the same kinds of things. The problem is that abilities are so different that it's impossible to script all that logic in a single master ability blueprint. Okay. So I had to come up with a little bit of a different way of doing this. And that's what I am going to try to do in today's video is recreate sorta, if I can remember everything, sorta what I had in my far more advanced version of Tribes of Sin clone than this one. Okay. And so somebody actually requested this video, and they said that they would be more than happy to make a contribution to my YouTube page. And I really never did say, yeah, go ahead or whatever. But for the person that asked that, you should send your contribution. Okay. Because I'm going to try to cover what you ask. Okay. Okay. And so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to be using this as reference, obviously, because I can't remember. It's been a very, very long time ago since I actually prototyped this. So I will be using this as a reference. So this is actually going to be going on my other screen. Okay. And let me get this all set up here. And, you know, I don't know how long this stream's going to be. You guys know I rattle a lot. Also, I never build I never build anything the exact same twice. I always go back and look at some of the things that I did, and I'm like, well, what the hell did I do that for? I should have did this. So there's going to be, this ought to be a fairly useful video, just to be honest with you guys, because you're going to get to see me in real time redo this using a reference project, which is what all my projects are meant to be for, is for a reference for you guys. And you're going to get to see me adapt it on the fly, change things a little bit, do a little bit of debugging, a little bit of testing, and all that stuff. So just to be clear here, we are not going to be creating 10,000 abilities. Okay. Because as you guys are full aware, this stuff takes a very long time. But what we are going to do is build the foundation and one ability, and the foundation for you guys to, you know, I mean, how do I know what abilities you guys want? Like, what do you want it to do? Hell, I don't know, right? You could have an ability that turns the character invisible. You could have an ability that launches the character, like this one that we just looked at. You could have abilities that, you know, call in missile strikes. I mean, an ability can be anything and everything that you guys want it to be. The key to this is the modularity, right? Because once you get the core foundation laid and you try to do it in a way that's modular, when you guys come up with an idea for what you want your ability to do, you're going to be able to create a child blueprint and then script what you want it to do, right? And if you want it to be different, you create another child blueprint. The key is to be able to plug it into the character, right? Like, okay, fine. We've got afterburner, we got shield wall, we've got missile strike, we've got all these abilities, and you put this one on the dreadnought, you put this one on the sniper, you put this one on the assault, you put this one on the engineer. And if you do it modularly, then you can build a terminal or something inside your game that the player can go interact with, and then you can take the one that he currently has, get rid of it, and give him a new one, a different one, right? And that's the whole point and notion of this. Okay. So with all that, we're going to get started. Now, so the person that requested this video, he wants this done in this project, right? In this Teams and Class Select, obviously, because it's already set up for classes. That's the whole point of this template. So I guess maybe the very first thing that we need to do is talk about how the slot is going to be. Okay. Now, literally, guys, this is almost identical. The way that I do this is almost identical to the way that I put a weapon on a character. So in the end, you've essentially got two choices here. Okay. Well, actually, there's probably far more than two choices here, but two main ways that I do to put a weapon on a character. Okay. So one way, obviously, is in the event graph on event begin play. You would do the whole spawn actor from class, attach actor to component, etc., etc. Now, the biggest difference here is that an ability is going to be invisible, right? That's just something that the character has. It's not like a weapon. Like, you don't need to see it, right? And so whichever way you guys decide to go is your business, right? Do you want to do the whole spawn actor from class, attach actor to component? Do you want to do it that way? Or do you want to do it a completely different way, which the other way that I've done it is to add a child actor component to your character and, attach it that way. So that's probably the way that we're going to do this. Okay. And it may or may not work, right? I don't know. We're going to find out as we go. So the very first thing that we need to do is create the actor. Okay. Now this template doesn't come with any kind of weapons at all. Like, literally, it doesn't come with any. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new folder here, and we're just going to call it you know what we ought to do, because I know what this guy's wanting to do. He's wanting to build this template out. That's what he's wanting to do. I'm pretty sure that's what he's wanting to do. And I don't blame him, right? Because this is a really good core foundation to start from. A lot of people don't realize it. They look at this template and it's $5.99 and they automatically assume it's just junk. Well, it's not. Never has been. So I would create a weapons folder here. And then inside the weapons folder, I'd create a new folder called abilities, like so. And then inside here, we're going to right click, we're going to create a blueprint class, and this is going to be just an actor. And we're going to call it BP ability. Holy shit, my eyes are crossed already. Ability master, right? We'll call it that. Okay. And let's go ahead and open this thing up. And the very first thing is that this needs to be for multiplayer. Okay. So what is the first thing that you do when you create a actor that needs to be for multiplayer? Well, you come in the class defaults, right? And you make sure that the son of a bitch is set to replicated, because I forget that every time. And then I script a bunch of stuff and I'm like, why does this not work? Why does this not work? And it's always because I forget to check that damn box every time. Every damn time. Okay. And once again, it's going to be invisible, right? And so you could leave it exactly like this, right? But what I'm going to do, just for my own personal sanity, is I'm going to add a sphere collision to this. And I'm going to call it sphere underscore collision. Oh yeah, that worked exactly right. Try again. Sphere collision. And we're going to drag that up here and say drop here to make sphere collision the new root. We're going to do that. And then we're going to come over here to the collision settings, wherever the hell those may be. Right here. This does not need to generate overlap events. No, the character don't need to be able to step up on this thing. And I mean, really, it's just going to be a blank actor. And collision presets here, no collision, right? Like it don't need any collision whatsoever. Now, the next thing I'm going to do for my own personal sanity is we are going to add yet one more component, and we're going to add a sphere, and we're going to call this SM mesh. Okay. And that's so that we can see it, right? When we get it put onto the character, that's just my little visual representation that, hey, this son of a bitch is attached to this character. Okay. And for the static mesh, we also don't need any kind of collision. No, it don't generate overlap. No, the character can't stand on it, and it has 0.0 collision. Okay. And now we're going to put it on the character. Okay. And so we're going to add to this character in this project, we're going to add what's called a child actor. Okay. And we're going to call this ability underscore 1. And by the way, you can have more than one ability, just so you know. Okay. But in this instance, we're only going to give this character one ability. And when you add that child actor component over here, it tells you right here, what do you want to plug in this? Well, this is going to be, for now, it's going to be the ability master. Okay. And we will compile that and save it. And now we're going to spawn in and we're going to see if this is on here. And as you can see, it is on there, right? And it is following him. kind of big. Okay, maybe we'll maybe we'll shrink that a little bit, but you see that it's on the character. That blueprint is now on this character. We didn't have to do the whole spawn actor from class, attach actor to component. We didn't have to do any of that. So now let's open this up, and we're going to delete all this stuff because we will probably be rebuilding that. And let's look in the viewport and let's shrink this thing, right? So let's lock up our little scale thing here. And at a bare minimum, let's cut this thing in half. So let's set it to 0.5. And you can resize the collision, right? Don't even have to match. Really don't. Now, if you want to go one step further with the way that we put this on the character here, when you do a child actor component, if you parent that child actor component to the mesh of the character by dragging it over top of it and dropping it, when you do that and you select the actor, the child actor, it gives you right here the option to select a parent socket. Okay, and right now you can see that it has none. And if we hit this, it doesn't give us any kind of option to pick a slot, a socket. But if I'm not mistaken, if we go into the skeleton of this character here, and we pick, I don't know, the pelvis here, right click, and then click add socket, and we call this ability _1. Oh yeah, it's exactly doing exactly what I wanted it to do, but of course it didn't. Son of a rename socket, you asshat. So ability _1 _ socket. Okay. Now, when we go back into the character blueprint, theoretically, when we select that ability, we still don't have a socket to select from, but the reason is because in this project, this is blank. There's no mesh in here. And that's because this is the master character, right? But for temporary, we're going to go in here and we're going to plug in the SK mannequin, right? And it's already using the animation blueprint that's in here. Now, when we select that ability and we hit this little folder, you can see that it brings up all the bones and all that stuff. And if you select ability socket, make sure all this stuff up here, the location and rotation, is zeroed out. Now it's actually attached to a socket. Okay. You don't have to do that, but you see how it was dragging the ground? Maybe that ain't a good idea. So we're just going to attach it here. Remember, we have no collision on this thing, nothing. I just want that on there so that I can see that it's attached. Okay. Okay. So we will check this one more time, and voila, there it is. It's on there. And now the fun begins. And that takes place in the, the ability master, really. But there's also, we got to make a button press, right? So what are we going to use to activate the ability? I'm actually drinking an energy drink today. So I have a wide awake energy coffee drink. So maybe I won't get too wound up. Okay, so let's go back into the character master blueprint. And we're just going to find a blank spot somewhere. And, what you would actually do is go into project settings, and you would go into input here, and you would add a new action map, right? And that would be something like activate ability _1, right? Because remember, you can do more than this. Like, if I'm not mistaken, in the Firefall game, I think that they had 3 abilities per character. It may have been 4. And then you just pick out what you want it to do. So in this case, we're going to use what? Left shift? In here somewhere. Left shift. There you go. I don't even remember the key buttons that they used in the Firefall game, but there it is. So that's what you would do. And then now when you type activate ability 1, there it is, right there. Now, any of you guys that have watched any of my videos, you guys know that since this is to be for multiplayer, the very first thing that you have to do is create a custom event, and this will be called server activate ability _1, and that will be set to run on the server. And the client or the server, right, if you're playing in a listen server, will call server activate ability 1. And that puts us right there. And so on the master ability, what we need let me look at my reference. What the hell did I do over here? How did I do this? Okay. I see what I did here. And we should probably do that, and I'll explain why. Okay. So in the ability master, we're going to create a custom event, and this is going to be called client activate ability _1, and we should probably do something more like this: client on activate ability 1. And then we're going to set this to be run on owning client. And then we're going to create another custom event. I'll explain this when we get done here while we're doing this. And this will be server activate ability. And you know what? Let's take the underscore here off, the _1. And this will be set to run on the server. And that will be called right here, server activate ability. And then that puts us here. Okay. And we will compile that and save it. And then we need to get into there. And the way that we do that is get the reference here, the ability 1 reference. And then from that, pull out of that and type child. And we want this right here. See where it says variables and it says child actor component, and then it says get child actor. We got to do this, and then we call client I guess we have to cast, unfortunately. Let me type ability. Yeah, cast to BP ability master. And then we would call on client on activate ability. Okay. And then we can compile that and save it. And then that puts us inside, like if you double click this, that puts you inside the ability blueprint. And then we have that. Okay. And we can check to see if put in a print string here just to see if our chain of logic is actually working. Okay, so let's spawn in here. We'll probably have to set this up for 2 players here in just a minute. I just want to see if it's actually working. When I hit shift, yep, it says hello. We're in business. So let's go ahead and get this into 2 players here. So we're going to go into advanced settings. We're going to set this to 720 by 512. And then we go back here and we set net mode to listen server. And then we bump this up to 2 and we do new editor windows. And we will put the client on this right hand side and the server on the left hand side. And let's go ahead and spawn in here just to make sure that it's working on both. So when the client clicks the button, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing. So see there, that's why you always test as you go. Oh, wait a minute, it's because I'm hitting the wrong button. Hello. So the server, we hit left shift and it does say hello. And then if we come over here back as the client, there we go. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So let me bring chat up over here and see if you guys had anything to say. So hello, Oni. What's happening? Shout out to the Torg engine. Yes. Hawkeye. Okay, so that's the guy that requested this tutorial, and he said will do, so that's good. Jay White, what's happening, dude? And Caveman. Are you Captain Caveman or just Caveman? Kudos for anybody that knows who Captain Caveman is. Hi, John. Great work as always. I still got the old jetpack asset on 4.22. All right. Well, that's awesome. Okay, so we're going to move along here. So now, the next question that needs to be asked and decided by the person that's wanting to, do this system is, we already know this, okay? We know that abilities are going to be completely unique. Afterburner is not going to be the same as doing a shield wall, which is not going to be the same as doing a, auto turret, which is not going to be the same as doing a invisibility mode. But there are going to be some things that should be shared across all your abilities. Anybody know what that is? Raise your hand if you know what that is. A cooldown system, right? You're not going to let your players, or you shouldn't, let your players activate abilities ad nauseum. They should be able to activate the ability, then they have to wait a duration, and then the ability becomes able to be activated again. Okay? So that, I think, is what we're going to try to do next, is work in a system in the master ability to be able to, when you activate it, you start a cooldown, okay? And so, this is where my reference is going to come in handy dandy. Okay. Okay. And, you know, we'll have to have a way to display this shit on the screen eventually. Let me look at my reference here. Where did I do that? Sometimes looking back at my stuff, I'm like, what in the hell did I do that for? Okay. I might have to rethink this a little bit here. Okay. So essentially what we're going to be doing here is all this stuff that we put in here, we're not going to mess with this just yet. We're going to create something else first, and then we'll figure out where we need to splice it in at. So let's come up here to a blank spot, and we're going to create a custom event. And we're going to call this server start ability cooldown. Okay. And this is going to be set to run on the server. And what's going to happen is we're going to be doing a set timer by event. So when this happens, did we set that to run on server? Yes, we did. Okay. So when this happens, we're going to set a timer, and this is going to be looping every 1 second. And let's go ahead and promote this to a variable, and we will call this ability cooldown timer handle. Okay. And let's move this up here. I'll try to keep as zoomed in as I can here. So let's compile and save that. And we're going to create another custom event. And this is simply going to be called pick cooldown timer. And that does not need to be set to any kind of replication or any of that stuff. We're going to plug this in here. And we will compile that and save it. And we're going to need a couple variables. Okay. So over here under the variables, we're going to create one, and it's going to be called current ability cooldown. And that is going to be changed to an integer. And then we're going to create another one. And this is going to be called max ability cooldown. Okay. And the current ability cooldown is going to be set to replicated. And we're going to compile and save that. Okay. And now we get to math, bro. And math is hard. So, yay. Okay. So we're going to be taking the current ability cooldown and we're going to minus, subtract 1, and then we're going to clamp it. So pull out of it and type clamp integer. The max is going to be this max ability cooldown. And then we're going to be setting the current ability cooldown right here on this tick rate, like this. Whoa, whoa, come on now. Don't tell me this computer ain't got enough horsepower to run this shit. I know better. Damn you, Unreal Engine 5. Okay. And we're going to put a branch. And we're going to be checking this here. If this is less than equal to 0, that means math. Then we're going to take that ability cooldown timer handle. We're going to get it. And we're going to say clear and invalidate timer by handle when this becomes true. And we're also going to set the current ability cooldown back to the max ability cooldown. And compile that and save it. Okay. And we're also going to need another variable. And this is going to be called is ability cooldown active with a question mark. And that is also going to need to be a Boolean, and it's going to need to be replicated. And that will be set here to false, which means when we get to the part where we actually activate this, we'll be setting this true. Okay. So that is kind of what we're going to use to tick our cooldown timer. Once again, unless you want your characters to be able to constantly just activate the ability over and over and over again, we kind of need to do that. Okay. Now, also on event begin play, we're going to need to initialize our cooldown. So if you guys have ever seen the videos where I do ammo and health, right, I let the game initialize it, right? So we're going to be putting a has authority, switch has authority here. And we're going to have the game, the server, is going to set the current ability cooldown to the max ability cooldown on event begin play. And there might end up having to be a little delay here or whatever, but for now, we'll just let that ride. Okay, and that's where you'll plug in a value, right? So the max, if you go ahead and just select the max ability cooldown, I'm just going to go ahead and put 5 in here for now, just as a default value to start with. 5 seconds. Okay. All right, we're we're moving along. Okay, and it looks like I did that on event tick, so I don't know if we ought to do that or not. But we will do it until we get it working, and then we might rethink it. I don't like to put stuff on an event tick, but sometimes Guys, you have to, okay? You do. So we are going to put an event tick in here, and we're going to do a has authority, switch has authority, and I see what I did there, but I don't know if we ought to do that or not. This might take a little tweaking after we get this going, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, I see what I did here, I think. Okay. We're going to bounce back into the character for a minute, okay? We need to actually, I need to open that, right? Let me get the master character blueprint open up. Hopefully all this stuff will make sense once we get further into this. Let me see, where the hell, where the hell did I do that? Okay. Yes. Okay, I see. All right, so we are going back into the master character blueprint. We're going to do a little bit of finagling here, right? This is going to be done a little bit different. We're going to create a Boolean variable on our character called is using ability. And, you know, honestly, this should be is using ability 1 if you're planning on adding more than one. But we're just going to try to simplify this a little bit. And this will be a Boolean variable, and this will be replicated. Okay, compile that and save it. Okay. Man, this is like chasing around a bag of rabid weasels. Which is fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Everything is fine. Okay. So in this character blueprint here, I'm going to move this stuff over here a little bit this way, and we're going to kind of do this. And we're going to do a couple little checks here before we allow this ability to activate. Okay. This is what I call can stuff, right? Like, so there has to be some parameters before you allow your character to do something. And I do this for weapons. I do this for a lot of things. And most of it revolves around Boolean variables. Okay, so let's move this down a little bit further here. And remember, this is an event that's running on the server. So the server is the one that's going to be validating this stuff. So the first thing is that we need to get a reference to our ability here. And we need to check if it is valid, right? This little macro here. Before you can activate an ability, the ability needs to exist, right? So we check the validity, and then remember on the ability that we created a variable in here called is ability cooldown active. Well, we need to check that too, right? So we're going to pull out of this, and is it going to make us cast, right? Because if it is, we may halt right here and do this differently, right? Because I don't want to have to damn constantly cast shit, which we are already casting here. You you know, we ought to be checking the child. We might reconfigure this. So get child. That is actually what we should be checking the validity of, because the component could be valid, but the child actor part of the component could still be invalid. Okay. All right, let's delete this here, and we will plug the child actor back into here. So if this is valid, then we're going to cast, and let's unhook this. We might have to change this, guys, but that's okay, right? That's part of it. You don't learn anything just watching somebody click buttons. You have to get explanations as to why you do it this way versus why you do it that way. And so by doing it the way that we did it, we have to cast. Okay. And if it's only this one time, that's not a big deal. Like every time you activate the ability, you cast. That's not a big deal. But if it was something that was happening, you know, all the time, that might be a problem. And there is a way to get around casting. And that way is by doing it the other way, which is on event begin play, spawn actor from class, attach actor to component, store it in a reference, right? That would prevent you from having to cast. But in this scenario here, we're going to roll with it this way. And if we have to change it, well, then we'll change it. It's not that big of a deal. So we're checking to make sure the child actor is valid. And if it is valid, then we're going to cast to it, and we're going to check is ability cooldown active. And we're going to put a branch here, and we want to know if it is not active, right? So we're going to put the operator not equal. That's not right. God damn it. Not B. Type not B. Boolean. And if the cooldown is not active, then we can call that client activate ability. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and quickly, we're going to create one more custom event in here. And this is going to be called server deactivate ability _1. And this is in fact going to be ran on the server. And all this is going to do is set is using ability back to false. Okay. And compile that and save it. And now we're back in the ability master. So let's run back through this. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're doing the child actor component route, which is probably not going to work, but I want to try it anyway, just because reasons. Okay. So we created a button press. Clients can't do anything. So we created a server event called Serveractivatability, which brings us here. The server is checking to make sure that the child actor component is valid. It exists. If it does exist, then we're casting to the ability master, and we're checking a variable that we created on there called is cooldown active. If it's not active, that means you can then activate the ability. And this is server deactivatability, which is what we're going to do is we're going to reach back into the character from the ability to turn off the ability. Like each ability should have some sort of a duration too, right? Like how long does the ability run before it cuts off, right? And that's what we're setting up here, is to be able to turn it off. Okay. All right. So back into the ability master. Now we're going to, and see, that's another reason why we should do this the other way, right? Because now we're going to have to damn cast back to the character, right? So we're going to bow up right here. right now, I can already see this is going to be problematic. So we're going to back up right here and we're going to reconfigure how we're doing the attaching of this, right? So we're going to delete the child actor here. Delete. And delete. And we're going to remove the component right here. So we're going to delete. You guys will see why I'm doing this here in just a second. I promise this will make sense. So instead, we're going to find the event begin play. We're going to add a pin, and we're going to do this the traditional way. And this is going to save us a lot of casting, okay? Plus, it helps with blueprint communication. Unfortunately, we're going to do this. So what we're going to be doing instead is spawn actor from class. And the class we're going to be spawning is that master ability, BP ability master. Okay. We're going to say always spawn, ignore collisions. And this is coming off of event begin play. So we want to do a has authority, switch has authority. And I know this is clunky how I'm putting this in here, but that's okay, guys, because that's how we do it. Prototype first, then worry about straightening and cleaning up all your little lines and shit. Okay. So where are we going to spawn it? Well, we can get a reference to the mesh of the character, and we can say get transform that's not what I'm looking for. Socket, right? It would be get socket transform. There we go. That's looking more like what we're trying to do here. And we can put in that ability socket here, right? You can put in a bone name or a socket name. It don't matter. So let's just go back to the mesh and let's get that damn socket name, which is somewhere in here, right here. Control C to copy the name. And back in the character master, we will paste that name in here. And the owner and instigator is going to be self, right? So type self, get a reference to self. That will be the owner and the instigator. And we would promote this to a variable. And this will be called ability one ref, right? Ability underscore one ref. Fine. We do need to set this to be replicated. And then we can do the whole attach actor to component thing. Right? So we would pull out of this and say attach actor to component. The parent will be the mesh of the character. The socket name would be the same socket, right? So we will Control V to paste that in there. And we're going to say snap to target, snap to target, snap to target, whatever, doesn't matter. And now compile that and save it. And that's how we're going to do it instead. And you know what? Let me pull this over here so we can, get our lines really stretched out here. Make perfect sense. And now we need to replace this stuff, right? We're not going to have to cast anymore, so we can get rid of that. And now we use the ability one ref instead. Well, we should have just did it this way in the first damn place. Whatever. Right? And then we need to cool down. Get is ability cooldown not active. See how much we cleaned up already? We should have just did this shit in the first place. Whatever. What was I thinking? And then we can call that from here. See there? We just removed a cast. Don't have to cast now. And now we go back into the ability master. And what we need to check here, actually we need a reference to the character in here so that we don't have to cast back. So what's cool about doing it the way that we just did it, instead of the other way, is we can create on the ability master, we can create a variable and we can call it character master ref. And we will change this to be of the type character master object reference. And then this does also need to be replicated. And we're going to check two fancy little boxes here. One is called instance editable, and the other is expose on spawn. And then we can compile this and save it. Now check out what doing that does. So now, if we take this ability out for a second, set it to none, and then set it back to the ability master, look, we got a new pin here. And guess what that is? That is that. So now when it spawns it in here, it's automatically going to be setting the reference to the character, right? See there, we just eliminated another cast. Don't have to cast now. Okay. Which is awesome. And let's see, this is on event tick. So we need to check let's check a validity here. So is valid. Let's do this macro, is valid. And then we want to check is using, get is using ability. And we put a branch here. And if that is true, something just ain't looking right here. Hold on a minute. Yeah, okay, that is right. Actually, you know what? We really probably didn't even need to do that. Whatever. We're not making very much progress, are we? Yeah, we are. I'm trying to adapt this on the fly here. We'll get something going. Okay. The biggest problem I'm having looking at my reference over here is because I did a first to third swap. And so things got a little stupid because of that. And so I'm trying to do it without doing the first to third swap, which is fine. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. Just for now, we're going to unhook this event tick. We're going to leave this stuff here, but let's just unhook that for now. I think we can do this a different way. Okay? Okay. So all right. So we got our little ticker ticking here. Server activatability. Client on activatability. I don't think, I mean, we can leave this. I put this here because sometimes you might want to do something, some sort of an ability that requires you to run it on the owning client and not the server. And so you can put it here if you do. Let's see. We can take this print string out. Server activatability. And we need another one here called, so we need a custom event. So if you've got an activate, you're going to need a server deactivate ability. And that will be ran on the server. We're going to be creating a child blueprint here in a minute, and we will override this stuff. Okay, so I think I know why I did this on event tick now. Ah, I see what it is here. Okay, we're going back up here to our event tick. So we're going to plug this back up. I think I know why I did this now. And we're going to call that custom event right here, server start ability cooldown. So if this is true, we're going to call server start ability cooldown. Aha. I think we've got it now. We're getting there. Hang in there. I don't know what in the hell's causing my ears to itch. I think my headphones, I need new headphones. They're making my ears hot. Okay. And I think we should probably put a do once right here. Okay, so do once. And we're just going to leave this hanging right here for now. And we will come back and check that. See, because what's going to have to happen here is we're going to have to be constantly monitoring. Well, we could probably change this, but for now, the reason this exists on event tick is because in the character, when we activate the ability, we're never setting that true, right? So let me look at my reference here because we need to be setting that true. Can usability. Yeah, we're never setting that true and we need to be, right? So when we make it to this point right here, I'm glad I looked at that. Otherwise, I'd be in there cussing, trying to figure out why this ain't working. Is using ability. We need the server to set this to true when we make it to right here. Okay, because at this point, we are using the ability. Okay. And that sets it true which then we're checking it here. So when that becomes true in the character blueprint, that's when we're going to start the cooldown. Okay. And so we don't need this to be happening on every tick of the game, right? So that's the reason for this do once right here. So for now, we're going to do that, and we will have to reset this do once too when we deactivate the ability. Okay, and that's the reason that we have server on activatability and server deactivatability. So let me look at my reference here. That should be being set true, right? Okay. So when we activate the ability, we're almost getting ready to jump to the child blueprint and actually make some shit happen here. So bear with me here. Is ability cooldown active? The server will be setting this true here. And where did we do all that crap at? We did that right here. Is ability cooldown active? Yeah, that's right. So it's ticking, it's ticking, it's ticking, it's deducting the cooldown. When this becomes true, we kill the timer, we reset our ability cooldown, and then we set is ability cooldown active back to false when the cooldown runs out. Okay. I think we need to do a print string at this point. And let's see what we got happening here. Okay. So we are going to get this to display on the screen in a UI, but first we're going to put a print string in to monitor this. Okay. And we are going to do this on event tick. So let me back this up here. And this is just a temporary thing, right? So we're going to put a print string. I'm ready to do some testing here. Print string on event tick. And what we're wanting to watch for now is the current ability cooldown. Get it? And we're going to plug this in here and have this print out on the screen. And first, well, actually, let's just spawn in here. So it is 5, right? On the server screen over here, see where it says 5? And if I hit shift, which is what we set to activate it, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then it reset to 5, right? And then if I activate it again, it did not. Okay, that's because we're not resetting it. Okay. So that would be where the do once needs to be reset. Okay, so back in the ability master, remember where we did this? This needs to be reset. Okay, so for now, I think we'll just plug this in right here. Okay, now let's go try this again. Four, 3, 2, 1, reset. And then oh, no. See there? It's constantly reactivating it. See? Not quite. Close, but not quite. So back in the ability master, that's no bueno. So what we need to do is, okay. Server deactivatability. Hold on here. Let me see. Where did I do that at? I know I did that here somewhere. Okay. So that needs to happen right here, right? We need to server deactivatability on the character, right? That's where that needs to happen. Which would then okay, so this is on the tick. We need to deactivate it here, right? So we get our character reference here and we call server deactivatability 1. Compile that and save it. So that will go into the character and that will call this. And then from the ability, right? Ability, we might be able to change that too. But for now, we will take the ability here and we will call deactivate server deactivatability right here, which then takes us back in here, which runs this. And we could set that to false here. Is ability cooldown active? Set that to false here. Have the server do it. And we might be able to take that one up there off of event tick. And this would actually be what would reset the do once, I think. Okay. And so this, we might be able to undo this now at this point. Okay, let's test again. Okay, so we're at 5 seconds. We activate it. It counts down 4, 3, 2, 1. Reset it. And it stopped. And then we activate it again. 4, 3, 2, 1. Reset. Activate it again. 4, 3, 2, 1. Reset. Now let's try to reactivate it. So I'm spamming it and it will not let me reactivate. Okay. Let's check the client real quick. Make sure he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. So when we activate it, 4, 3, 2, 1, reset, activate it again. 4, 3, 2, 1, activate again, spam it. Okay. Eureka. Well, that was a big hot ass mess. Okay. But I think we got it. Okay. We're getting somewhere now. Okay. So we don't need that here. We can get rid of that. And, that's resetting that. That's fine. This is initializing our cooldowns. We can get rid of this print string now. Plug this back in here. We're getting there, guys. We're fixing to make this character do something finally, which is awesome. Okay. And we can actually pull this down here now. Let me just try to straighten this up just a hair for you guys. Okay. Which is fine. Which is fine. Okay. So we got our little cooldown system thing working here now. Let me bring Chad up here and see what you guys had to say. Let's see here. Still got the old killer caveman captain was taken. Stat definitions, cooldowns, name, cost, icon, etc. Can you explain why casting is bad? Nice, hi, and hello, Scott Lang. Casting is not necessarily bad, okay? I don't want to try to come off as casting is bad, but it does create hard references to stuff, for one, and for two, it does take a little bit of throughput, meaning it takes a little bit of game performance in order to do the cast, okay? And so the goal should be, if you can do it a specific way to prevent you from having to cast, that's exactly the way that you should do it. However, there are instances where you have no option but to cast. Okay, so don't be terrified. It's the same as with event tick, right? Oh my God, don't ever use event tick. Don't do it. Yes, if you can get away from using event tick, you shouldn't. If you can get away from using cast, you shouldn't, right? But if there's no other way, or if you're just trying to prototype something real quick, and you don't want to sit there going, okay, now how can we eliminate the cast here? Or how can we eliminate event tick here? Get it working and then go back and look at it and say, now, wait a minute. Can we change this to optimize this a little bit better? And, you know, it's like this, right? One of the main ways to stop using event tick is by doing this, right? Creating a timer. Okay. And setting this to loop at whatever you need it to, right? So for example, we don't need this cooldown thing ticking here every frame of the game. Okay. But, and this needs an explanation, right? So sure, we'll talk about this for a minute. So event tick, the reason that we're doing an event tick, we're doing this on the event tick, is because what we're doing is we're constantly monitoring in the character whether this using ability is true or false. We don't necessarily need to do it this way, but we need to know if the ability is active or not. And the reason is because if it's active, we need to get this cooldown to fire, right? Now, we could have just as easily, probably what we will do when we do a little bit of optimization on here is just have it start this timer, right? When the server activates the ability. See, because we're coming in here and we're calling server activatability right here. Well, we could probably just do this, right? I mean, we could try it. Let's try it. There ain't nothing to it but to do it. So let's try it. So what we're going to do is unhook this, right? So we're doing this on event tick. So let me think about this for a second. So we're not doing this on the event tick now. And so what's going to happen is when the character activates the ability from the character blueprint, it comes in here and it calls this, and we're setting the ability to be active, which then is coming up here and setting this timer by event, which is going to start ticking the cooldown, deducting the time. When that reaches 0, we're going to clear and invalidate the timer. We're going to call in the character. We're going to turn off the ability, which is going to call inside here server deactivatability, which really all it's doing is resetting that. Okay, so that could potentially work, which then means we don't need to do this, right? We don't need to do this. The reason that I did it that way is because I'm monitoring also on this other reference project that I'm using here. I'm checking to see if the character is in the air or not, and if he's flying or not. Okay, so it was a little bit different, but this potentially will work, right? So if we put our print string back here and we monitor this here again, and what we're looking at is the current ability cooldown. Let's see if our little switcheroo here is actually going to work the same way, and it probably will, right? So if I activate the ability, 5 4 3 2 1 0 should reset. 5 4 3 2 1 0 should have reset. 5 4. So see there, it works just the same, and now we're not even using the event tick. Okay, so we're trying to slap this together here, but that is the general gist. Okay, so now we can take this back out again, and we just eliminated the event tick, so now we don't even have to do that anymore. Okay. Okay. And also another thing too that I would like to show you guys here is another way to create a little cheap tick. Okay. So if you hold down the G key and left click, that'll create you a gate. Then if you hold down the S key and create a sequence, hold down the S key and create another sequence, you can create yourself a little tick by doing this. And then you right click and do a retriggerable delay here. And you can come out of then 1 and then turn around and go right back in here again. Okay. Now watch this. If I put a print string here, and then we activate this, whenever we activate the ability, oh shit, I don't want to do this, but let's put a sequence here. I just want to show you guys this. There's a million ways to do everything, and this is another way that you can create yourself a little event tick. So that goes back up here. And then you bring this over here. Where the hell did I just put that? There, right? So you go in here. Now watch what happens when I activate this ability. Watch this. So right now the duration is set to 0.2. So check this out. So now when I hit the tab key, look, it's repeating, right? See that? Okay. So then if you want to kill it, right, you got to close it. Well, where would you close it at? Well, you could close it whenever the ability is deactivated, right? You would close this little gate. So now this will tick at a rate of 0.2 until the ability is deactivated, and then it'll quit. And go. Hello, 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 hello. And then when the ability becomes deactivated, look, it turned it off, right? So see there's yet another way without using a set timer by event that you can create a little event tick. Okay. And you have an adjustment, right? So do you want it to tick once every second? You do that. Do you want it to tick once every 0.002? You do that, right? So there you go. There's another little cheap tactic that you can use to create a repeating event without using an event tick. See, because event tick, what event tick does is it runs every frame of the game. Well, some things that you might want to keep track of, you don't necessarily need it to be checking every single frame of the damn game, right? You might only need it to check every 1 second, for example. That is a way that you can do that. But really, this is the way, but you can do it. I mean, I don't know what this set timer by event does, right? Like, I don't know how to go into the C++ and look and see what this is actually doing, but it's probably got something like what we just created with those gates and shit built right into it. Probably. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I'm just a noob. Okay, now what the hell were we doing? Who am I? Why are we doing this again? Okay, let's unhook this and let's get this hook back up. Let's move this along here. Okay, so now that means that we don't really need this, right? So I'm just going to plop that over here. Right, so we unhooked all that, did away with it, don't need it. And we will put this here. Actually, we're not even using that anymore. So we'll move this over here. Why did I make all this shit and we're not even using it? Whatever. We'll bash something together here. Okay. So now we need to display that. Actually, you know what? We should probably just get something working first, and then we'll come back and put the ability to keep track of the name of the ability and the name of the cooldown, or the amount of the cooldown. Okay. So, back in the character blueprint here, what we're going to do is we're going to promote this to a variable right here, this class where we're spawning this. And this is going to be of the type ability master, and we need to select the class. And yes, we're going to change the variable type. And yes, it's going to scream at us. Recompile and save. Let's unplug this for a second. So hold down Alt and left click. Let's recompile this and save it. And then we're going to plug this back in. And then we're going to plug this back up. And then we're going to recompile it and save it again, because welcome to Unreal. That's still fucked up. Okay, and we're going to change the name of this class to ability _1. Okay. And now when we look in our class defaults here, we should have a slot to plug that in, right? So right here, you can see now that we actually have a slot where we can plug in the ability. Okay. Now this is where we branch off. Okay. So yeah, so this is where we branch off and actually start creating ability. So the whole point of what we just did here in this big, huge diatribe, what the goal should be here is everything that is going to be common between all your abilities will be put in the master ability. So when we first started this, the outline, what we said was, well, abilities are going to be unique. Each ability is going to have to be different, right? Some of them are going to change the character's movement, launch him forward. Some may turn him invisible. Some may throw a turret out, an auto turret. Some may put up a shield. They're all going to be different. But the one thing so far that we've came up with that is going to be the same is that they're all going to have a cooldown. Some might be a 5-second cooldown. Some might be a 10-second cooldown. Some might be a 100-second cooldown, right? But they're all going to have a cooldown. So this is where the child blueprints come into play. So we've already built our base foundation of our master ability. So now what will happen will be this, right? We're going to right click this master ability and we're going to say create child blueprint class. And we're going to call this BPC for blueprint child underscore afterburner. Okay. And then we're going to save all the things. And now we're going to go into our character blueprint, our master character blueprint. Now check this out. Remember in the class defaults by selecting here or here, remember how I said we have now the ability to change? Check this out. Now we have a blueprint called BPC Afterburner. Okay. And if we was to, and we're not going to do this, but this is going to be the idea here. So if we were to want another ability, right, we would take the master ability, right click, create a child class, and this one would be called BPC stealth, and compile that and save it. And now when you go back to the master class and you select your ability slot, now look, now you got the ability to plug in that one. So the one we're going to create is Afterburner. Okay. Now, all the logic that we created in this master ability, the only purpose of this is a template of what we are going to use in the child class. Now, remember, there's no way that I can think of where you can create a quote unquote universal ability blueprint. Meaning you can take one blueprint and make it be stealth, shield, afterburner, turrets. They're all going to be different because they're unique. Okay. But the one thing that isn't going to be unique is that they're all going to have a cooldown. And that's what we did. All that stuff we did was just for this. So now in the child blueprints, that's where we're going to do our overrides. Okay. So you guys are going to get to see what I mean when I say overrides. So you notice that the only thing this master blueprint does is start and stop the timer for the cooldown. That's it. But you do see that we have a server activatability and we have a server deactivatability. So in the child blueprint, if we open up Afterburner, and we go into the event graph, do you see right here where it says event begin play, and then it says immediately after event begin play, it says parent event begin play. Now let's delete the on overlap here. We don't need that. And then you also see that we have event tick, and then it says parent event tick or parent tick. Now, if you remember, in our master ability, we unhooked all that event tick stuff, but it went ahead and put a call into the parent from the child because we actually have this in our graph. So I'm going to delete every bit of this, right? Get rid of all that. The only thing from the parent that we need to call right this very moment is the starting and stopping of the timer and the initializing of the cooldown. So that means that we can get rid of this and we leave this. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to override this and this. Let me think here for a second, because we still need it to do this. We still need it to set and unset that. So, and we would also still need it to do that. So let me think here for a second. Let me light me a smoke and let my brain think for a second. And it could be potentially one of the reasons why I did some of that stuff in this other template over here is because of this, right? Because if we override this and this, then that means it's not going to call that and that. But I think we can call that in the child blueprint anyway, right? So let's go into the child blueprint, into the afterburner that we're creating. And if you look right here where it says functions and it says 25 overridable. And if you hit this drop down here, you can see that we have an override for server activatability. And we also have one for server deactivatability. So what that means is whatever we script in here, it won't run this. It will only run the timer and these two events right here. Okay. So this would be where we start putting in the, what we need it to do, when we activate the ability. And if we're going to do afterburner, let's see, can we actually set, because once again, it's going to not do this, right? It's going to do what we put in here instead. So that means it won't be doing this. So we need to see if we can set is ability cooldown active. We're going to be setting that true. Still, that still needs to be set true here. And it needs to be set false here. So we still need it to do those two things. And now, oh, this is such a clusterfuck. But we will get it to work, right? Okay. All right, let me look at my reference here. So yeah, it looks like this is pretty easy to do. So we will be able to pull this off. So the reference that we got to our character master, right? So let's type master and come down here, get character master reference. So that's the reference that we set when we spawn in. Let me open the damn character blueprint here just so that we're all on the same page here. So remember when we set that character master, when we spawn in the ability, and we're accessing it some in the master, but we also are going to access it in the child here. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the movement component, and that should be down here at the bottom, get character movement. Okay. And we're going to be doing a pull out of the character movement, and we're going to be doing a launch. Uh-oh, I think I'm fixing to crash out here. Let me compile and save that. Let me restart this because it's fixing to blow up in my face. Because isn't that what it always does, right? So I stressed out. My scripting stressed out the engine. Okay? So let's go ahead and open this back up again. Leave it to me to blow up something. See, now you guys know why I told you I feel like Wile E. Coyote playing with an Acme Dynamite kit. Wait till you've done about 4 hours worth of work and it does that, and then you lose all that 4 hours of work. Okay, so character master blueprint back open. Weapons, abilities, the child blueprint for the afterburner. Okay, and now we pull back out of this and do launch. Actually, I guess it's out of the character. Launch character function built right into the engine. Imagine that. Okay. And then We need the forward vector of the actor. Well, why did I get the goddamn character movement? Actually, let's get the world rotation, right? So pull out of that and say get. Oh, no. We need the camera, right? Because we want to launch this character in the direction the camera's looking. Okay. Son of a bitch. What did I call that? Get follow cam. And if yours is named different, just go into here and look for the camera, right? We're wanting a reference to the camera. And that's exactly what I got here. And from the camera, we're going to get world rotation. And from that rotation, we want the forward vector. And then we're going to multiply that by a float. So type multiply. And here we go with this again. I want to change this to a float. Yes, that. And this will be the amount. What would be a good default value? What did I put over here? Hold on. Okay, I put 1600 in it. So that's exactly what we're going to put here. 1600. And that goes into the launch velocity. Okay, let's see what happens here. This will either blow up or it won't. Let's open the map so I don't have to go through the stupid menu. Okay, it didn't work, but I think I forgot to plug that in, right? So let's go into the master character, back under the class defaults, and that needs to be the afterburner ability. And we try this again. There it went. Did you see that? And now the cooldown's active, so it won't activate. And then when that cooldown's over, it still won't activate. So we're not quite there yet. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that let's go back into the master. Let me make sure I'm not missing something here. It's cutting here, right? So it needs to do this, right? And it's not, because we're cutting it off here. So we need to I know what we need to do. Server activate ability. We need to not do this. We need to make this a custom event. Add custom event, and this needs to be server activate cooldown timer. And that will be set to run on the server, and we plug this in here. Okay. And so we don't need to do this. We need to call server activate cooldown timer. Okay. And then we can override that in the child blueprint. Okay. So in the child blueprint, after we do this, let's move this. We need to override So come back over here to the overrides. Server activate cooldown timer. And that is not what we need, right? That is not what we need. We need the call. So let's pull out of this and type server activate cooldown timer. That's the event, right? There should be, where the hell is it? I guess it's not. Server activate. That's call function, server activate. We don't need to override that. We just need to call it. So server activate cooldown timer. That's what we need to do. These things still mess with me, right? You got overrides, which overrides the actual event. And then you got calls, which just calls the event in the master. We don't need to override this. We need to call it. All right, let's try this again. Okay, and we go. And now the cooldown activation should be happening. There it went again. 5 seconds. There it went again. And then we can't do it. See, we need our little timer. There it went. So it is waiting the 5 seconds. And now we need to go and make sure this is working on the client. So if we do it, does he see it? There it went, right? There it went. And then can he watch me do that? Can you see me do that? There it went. There it went. And there you go. Now all we need to do is display it. Okay. Okay. So let me relook at all this stuff here. And so we're not doing anything right here. Now, just to be clear here, the whole reason that this exists, the client on ability activate, we don't have to do that. But I'm sure that in the future, one of these abilities that you create, you're going to have to do something on the owning client. And I just left a place here for that if that happens to have to happen. Okay? We're overriding this and this in the child blueprint. Right here and right here. So the only thing that we had to do a ability called Afterburner, which all it does is launch the character in the direction that you're looking, is this. Okay? So when we mash that button, it does this. And in the master blueprint, while that's happening, it's doing the activation of this cooldown timer. On event begin play, when that child blueprint spawns, it's calling the parent, which is running the initialization of the cooldown. And it's also running this timer, which means it's doing all this stuff. Okay. And so all we got to do now is put the timer on the screen. Okay. And let me open up this child blueprint one more time, and we're going to do something here. So we're going to promote this to a variable, and we're going to call this launch strength. Now, yeah, I'll check chat here in just a second, but this might answer a question that's already been asked. So, since we promoted that value to a variable here, now when we look in the class defaults of this, you see now that we can actually change the strength. We can also change the cooldown, right? So we set 5 seconds in, you could change that. Okay. And so if you were putting damage or anything like that in here, as long as you promote it to a variable, you can change that value in the class defaults. Okay. As an example, real quickly here, we're going to okay, so the classes are unique in here. So let me go ahead and save all this. So if I open up the assault here, and you see all these class defaults here, we now have the ability to put in those abilities here. Okay. Okay. So in this demonstration porpoise here, we have an afterburner on the assault class, which means none of the other classes, actually that's not true, right? So we have the afterburner on the assault. And if we open the biotech, we haven't created an ability for him. So we're going to set that to none. We're going to take the dreadnought. We're going to set that to none. We're going to take the engineer and we're going to set that to none. And we're going to take the recon and set that to none. And let's save everything. And so now check this out. So now when I spawn in here and I pick the assault, he has that ability. See that? But if on the other hand, I pick the dreadnought, we have not created an ability for him. So when he tries to activate it, nothing happens, right? Because he doesn't have an ability. See that? And we got this. Okay, so I figured this would happen. This is the attach actor to component. Okay, right here. We need to only do this if this is valid, right? So what we need to do here is a is valid macro right here. This only needs to happen if this is valid, meaning where we set them to none on those other characters, that means that this is null, right? It's not spawning an ability. And that's why we get that access none. So by doing this, it will only try to attach the actor to component if this is valid, meaning we spawned them one. So let's go try that again. We don't build shoddy stuff here. So let me make sure that this is actually doing what it's supposed to. So he activates it. It works. We pick the blue team. Pick any class other than that. We activate it. It doesn't work because there is no ability attached to this character. And then if we exit out of here, no errors. Now, here's what I was talking about a minute ago. So the only ability that we have created is this afterburner. So if I was to duplicate this and we call this one BPC Super Afterburner, and we come in here to those class defaults that I was talking about, okay, back in the class defaults, remember this strength? Well, this one is going to be 5,000, okay? And so now, if we was to open up one of these classes here, and let's just say we're going to put it on the biotech, and instead of picking afterburner, we put super afterburner on this one. Check this out. So we pick the assault, and he's got the regular one, which is 1600. And if we pick the biotech, he's got the super afterburner, which is a shit ton faster than the other one, right? See that? So that's how you can, you know, alter the behavior of those based on the class. So now we're going to set that back to none, compile that and save it. And we've got the afterburner on this dude, the normal one. So we can go back into the abilities and we can delete this one. Okay. Save all the things. And now what you would do, if you want stealth, that means you're going to have to come into this child blueprint, open the full blueprint editor. Okay. We're not doing event tick stuff, so we don't need that. We're not doing event overlap, so we don't need that, but we do need this one to remain intact. And so what you would do now at this point would be you would override, right? So come back over here to your functions, and you would override server activate ability, and you would also override server deactivate ability. And the first thing that you would want to do here is set is ability cooldown active. What the fuck was that? Set ability cooldown active. Not call, set cooldown. Set ability cooldown active. You would set that to true here. And then you would set it to false. Control D here. And then you would also want to call cool server activate cooldown timer here. And then whatever it takes to make that character become stealth, you would script right here. Right? And once again, I can't create 10,000 abilities on here. We put the foundation in. Okay, and I'm showing you guys how you would keep doing this until you had all the abilities you want. Because once again, all of them are going to be unique. Doing Afterburner is not the same as turning a character invisible, which is not the same as whatever else. Okay? Well, then after you get all that stuff scripted here to make the character become stealth, and look, the reason that we're doing this is because sometimes you might have to do something when you deactivate the ability. Here's an example. If on ability activate, you turn the character invisible. Well, when the ability becomes deactivated, you have to return him back visible again, right? So what do you need to script when you do that? That would go here, right? And of course, this is not how you would do this, but we could just set the actor hidden in game, right? As an example here, we could do that. We could get the character reference, right? Let's just try this. I mean, we're just going to, you would really be changing the materials on the character to turn him invisible, right? You wouldn't just set him invisible, like completely hide him. You would get the reference to the master character here, get character master ref, and then you would say set actor hidden in game true, and then you would unhide him, Control D. You would unhide him. And really, once again, this is not how I would do this. I would literally change the material to some translucent type material. But theoretically, you unhide him here. And now you got to pick which class is going to get this ability. So you go back in your classes, and we would put that on the recon. And we would plug in stealth, BPC stealth. Compile, save. And let's just go test it, right? So if we spawn in here, this guy gets the afterburner. And if we pick the blue team and pick this guy, he goes invisible, right? And then after that cooldown gets deactivated, he comes back. See? See there, guys? Easy peasy Japanesey. And we didn't have to touch the built-in ability system, and we don't have to know C++. Right? You got to work with what you got. You got to work with what you know. Okay? Still modular. Okay, it'll still be modular. Now, there is one thing that we're not doing here, okay? You guys remember me saying in another video that when you attach things to actors, when you destroy them, you have to destroy all the things that are attached. Otherwise, you're going to have, every time this character dies, here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I press the Z key, which is what I've got hotwired in here to murder this character, I bet you that ball gets left, right? Which means his ability, his old ability, is laying right there on the ground. Okay? Which is another reason why I put this visual indication on here, so that I could remind myself that, wait a minute, when we destroy the character, we also got to destroy the ability that he had. Same as you would destroy, weapons that are attached. So in the master character blueprint, we still ain't put the display on the screen, and I don't know if we'll do that or not. We may. We hadn't put the name of the ability, right? So we might look into that. But in the character master blueprint, where I'm killing this player, right? This is why you guys should love these templates that I make. I take a lot of the hard work out of this shit. Right here on event unpossessed, this is where I'm destroying the character blueprint, which then means, since we now have an ability, we would get the reference to the ability, not the class, the actual reference. And we would check is valid, the macro. And we would say, if this is valid, we're going to duplicate, Control D. If this ability reference is valid, we're going to destroy the ability reference. If it's not valid, well, even if it is valid, we're still going to destroy the character. But if for whatever reason this ability is not valid, right, we're not going to try to destroy the ability. We're just going to destroy the character, right? Like that. And now when we die, we're not going to have 7,000 abilities laying around on the ground. Okay. So let's go ahead and bring him back in. And it replicates too, by the way, right? So if I hit the tab key, I'm invisible, but of course I put that visual representation in there, so we didn't turn that invisible. But you guys get the point, right? And so if I murder him now, when he dies and he's gone, his ability goes with him. Boop. And then when you respawn, you get a new one, right? Which then works just the same, right? And that also is true for this guy. So when he dies, his ability should go with him. Poop. And there it goes. And just so you guys know, also you could do this, right? So if you've already loaded up your character with a bunch of stuff, primary weapon, secondary weapon, grenade, all the crap that you attached, there's also a get attached actors, right? So what this will do is this will look at this character blueprint, and any actors that you attached, it'll get them all, and you can either build an array or you can do a for each loop type deal here, and you can loop through all the actors, right? So you would do this, and then you would be doing an is valid. So for every attached actor that is valid, you would destroy. Right, so let's dupe this just to show you guys here. There's shortcuts for everything. So for every attached actor that is valid, you destroy them. And then when all them are gone, then you duplicate this again. when that's completed, after you've destroyed all the attached actors, then you can destroy the character itself. Right? And that should theoretically work the exact same damn way. Except you don't have to individually get the attached actors. You can get them all in one go. Theoretically. Of course, everything's theoretically until you test it. Right? So let's see if it looped through, grabbed just that one. And it didn't. Right? It didn't do it. Why? Oh, why didn't it do it? Well, hell, I don't know. But it damn sure didn't. Let me go back and look. What the hell did I do here? Yeah, we're bypassing all that. So why, oh, why? Well, I guess maybe that don't fucking work, right? And I'm not going to sit here and do it. But yeah, it should. But for whatever reason, it didn't. So we'll just leave it that way for now. If it ain't broke, fix it till it is. Right? That's exactly how you build shit. Okay, so let me bring Chad up here and see what you guys had to say. If anything, so we talked about explain why casting is bad. Hello, Dark Mercy. May the 4th be with you all. Hello, Mr. Ripper Junkie. What's happening, dude? I'm doing great. Couldn't be more great. If I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, would you be able to change parameters like damage of the ability with this modular design? Yes, we talked about that, right? It depends on what you script in. But when you use the master-child way of building things, that's the whole point. You create a child blueprint, you alter parameters, which is not the same as the master, right? Set timer by event is a function that calls another function with some specified parameters. It's a callback to another function. You actually know what it is, John. In C++ is the same thing. It's just a callback to another function with some specified parameter names. LOL, hello, and JY. You missed everything. Everything. No, you didn't. And besides that, you can go back and watch this again. Okay. So I suppose what we need to do now is display that on the screen, right? Because now that we actually have something tangible going here. And once again, this is not how you would turn a character invisible. I just did that to jerry-rig it. You would literally do some sort of a dissolve material, so it looks like he vanishes. And then you would put on like a, you guys ever seen the Predator movie? How he's invisible, but you can kind of still see the silhouette of his cloaked body. And then when the ability deactivates, you would resolve, meaning you would make him materialize back, and then you would put back on his original material, right? So that's how you would actually do that. But, you know, we might potentially be able to do one more ability here just to really drive this point home before we try to do the putting the display on the screen. So we got Afterburner, we got Stealth. So let's say we're going to create one more, right? It always starts out from the master. You create a child blueprint, and we will call this one BPC. Let's just do something stupidly simple. Hover. Okay. Maybe we can pull that off. So once you create the child blueprint, you come in here, you go to the event graph. The only thing we need to call from the parent is this, right? So we would delete this stuff. Then we would do the override for server activatability. And we would do the override for server deactivatability, we need to set is cooldown. Ah, shit. Cooldown. Set is ability cooldown active to true here. And then we set it false. So Control D to duplicate. We set it false here. We also need to start the cooldown timer. So we need to call server activate cooldown timer here. And then we need to script in what we need it to do. Okay, so how do we make a character hover? Well, shit, I don't know. How do we do it? I don't know. It would probably go something like this, right? So we need the master character ref right here. And we would get the movement component. Get character movement component. And then we would say stop movement immediately. Fucking like right now. Stop movement immediately. And then it will run for the duration of the ability. Okay, whatever we plug in. Right now it's 5 seconds, I think. And then after the 5 seconds is over, it calls this. And what do we need to do, right? Reactivate the movement? I don't fucking know. We're just going to slap shit together here. So let's Control D to duplicate this. And first, let's just see if he sticks in the damn air or after the duration's over. No, we got to undo this, right? So what do? Set movement mode. To I guess walking. I don't know. Right. And then we need to pick a character to put this on. Right. So we go back into the classes here. And I don't know what the biotech. Right. Let's just slap it on him, which this is not what I would do. Hover. And let's see. Right. So if we might want to launch his ass up into the air too. I mean, shit, I don't know. Biotech, and then we jump and then activate it. Well, he fell right straight back down, right? So that is not what we're trying to do. Give me a second here to work this out. I don't know how this shit goes, right? So let's see. Stop movement immediately. What, you would set the gravity to 0? Gravity. Set gravity scale to 0. Will that make his ass stick? We might launch his ass up in the air some too, right? So let's just work it out, guys. Work it out. Use your brains. Right? So how about now? We picked the wrong goddamn class, so obviously that ain't gonna work. We need the biotech. How about now? Oh, look at that. It don't look like he's coming back down, so we're not done yet. Okay. Let's launch. Oh yeah, that's spelled exactly correct. Launch character, right? So let's jump his ass up in the air. Order of operations, right? So we need to first launch his ass. In the Z, something like what? 500? 5,000? Sure, let's launch him into the stratosphere. Let's just gradually work this out because I don't think I've ever did this shit before. So who the hell knows? So if I hit the tab key, it launches him up, and then he just keeps. Well, he stopped right there. Okay. That's not exactly what I had planned, right? We need to do a delay. Let's put some sort of a delay here. And I have no damn idea what kind of delay. The wrong ability. Let's do 1200. He ain't getting enough air. There, that's better. And we need to give him more control while he's in the air. We'll worry about bringing him down here in a minute. Okay. Okay. So we need to, what is that called? Air. Set air control. We'll work it out. So what is the air control by default? Let's go into the character master blueprint. Let's see what that actually is, right? So where is it? There should be, you know what? Let's just like search air control, right? So right now it's set to 0.05. So let's set it to 1. That should be full control, right? So give him the exact same movement in the air that he has on the ground, right? So we do that. We do that. And now he can move just the same speed as he does on the ground in the air. And we need to undo all this shit now when the timer's over. Isn't that how that would work? Okay. So back in the hover, we got to undo all this shit now. So congratulations. It wouldn't be this. It would be, let's actually unhook this, right? So this would just be, what would this be? We would just set the air control out of the character movement. So it would be air control, set air control. That would be back to whatever the default is, which is that. I'm just going to copy that shit. Control C to copy that. And then we will put this back in, Control V. So when this happens, we need to set his air control back to default. We need to set his gravity back to default. Set gravity scale, is that what it was? Yep. And that would be back to 1 or whatever it is by default. We might ought to look. Is it 1? Gravity. Oh, wow. It's 1.2. Holy Christ. That would have been bad. 1.2. And let's put a print string here just to make sure this is calling. We might not have to. I mean, we might have to set him to falling, right? So let's just see if this is actually even calling whenever the timer runs out. So we will launch his ass, give him, watch for the print string. Does it call? There it went, and he came back down. So we didn't even have to change the movement speeds, right? All we had to do was re-enable his gravity. You could I don't know, make him fall faster, right? So we didn't even have to do that. Okay, so there's yet another ability, right? And then you would just keep doing that, right? So make one go stealth, make one do a shield wall. So by doing, I mean, you guys, I hope you understand what we did here. Like the point and the purpose of this, just to go over this one more time, everything that is going to be common to the ability, you put in the master ability. The only thing that would be different would be you override these two things, these couple of things here, okay? Like another example would be that every ability would have a name, right? And you would put a name variable in here so that in the class defaults, well, here, let me show you, right? So you would put a variable, because we're fixing to do this anyway, right? So it would be ability name, and this would be a name variable. Compile that and save it. And then inside the children, right, you open this up and you look in the class defaults, and now look, you would call this afterburner. And then in this one, you would call this hover. And then this one, you would call this stealth. My eyes are crossed, so I don't know if I spelled that correctly or not. And another thing to note here too, we already have, okay, so if we open Afterburner, actually let's do hover. So right here, you see the max ability cooldown is 5 seconds. I don't know if that's the duration, right? Like I may have named this wrong, right? Like if we was to change this to 20 seconds here, let's see if that gives the duration a longer duration, right? So that's hover. So that means we need to go to the biotech and we activate it. Let's see if he hovers for longer. Yeah, I mean, that's the duration. So after the 20 seconds, he should fall. Has it been 20 seconds yet? Maybe I shouldn't have. There it went. So see there, yes. So that is actually named incorrectly. So that would be the duration. How long does the ability last? Well, technically that's not true, right? Because now it's going to get more complicated, because now you would actually need a duration, right? Like some abilities you would want to last longer than others. The cooldown is not the same as the ability, because you don't start the ability cooldown until the ability is completed. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? So there would be two sets of, let's see, how would we do this, right? Because I guess it would be, the logic would have to be expanded, is what I'm getting at here. Because let me go back into the master here and let's look at this for a second. So we're starting the cooldown timer when we activate the ability. And this is actually also the duration. So what's different here, right? Server deactivatability. And this is where we're killing that timer. I don't know if I've got enough brain power left to actually do this. But you guys, I hope you understand what I'm saying here. You don't want to start the cooldown until the ability is deactivated, right? Well, how would we do that? That would be, let me light me a smoke here and think for a second. The duration is what's screwy here. There needs to be some sort of a time where after you activate the ability, it runs for this amount of time before it calls server deactivatability. And then when it calls server deactivatability, that is when you start your cooldown. So let's work it out. I'd a whole lot rather do that than dick with UI. So activate cooldown timer. So that starts this, right? And every 1 second it's doing this. So this is where it's funky at. So this is calling server deactivate ability. This right here. So after it deactivates the ability, well, I mean, it just needs a duration, doesn't it? Right? Let me think here. We need an ability duration is what we need. And the ability duration does not need to be reset until it ends the ability, right? This just got a whole heap more complicated. See, that's why I only did Afterburner. It really doesn't, I mean, it needs a duration too. That's what in my reference was the checks I was doing on Event Tick till don't reset the cooldown until you land. That was the trigger that was resetting it. And some of these don't have that. So some of these is going to have a duration. Because you wouldn't want your character to be able to reactivate the ability after the duration, right? Because then that would be like cheats, right? It would be, you could just, okay, well, I activate the ability. As soon as the ability's over, I reactivate it again. There should be a cooldown, which is what I thought we were doing here. And I've got this screwed up somewhere. Let me bring Chad up. Okay, let's see here. Let me bring Chad over here and get caught up. My brains are getting tired. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Falling, I believe. So there would be two cooldowns. One timer is one that dictates the duration of the ability, and the other time that dictates how long until you can use the ability again. Yes, so to speak. Yes, that sounds right. A timer to make sure that the ability is on for a certain period of time. A timer to make sure that the ability cannot be activated for a certain period of time, and possibly a third timer that would happen if there was a proc during the ability's on time, like a bursting heal that lasted 20 seconds, but it bursted out in the heal over 5 seconds. Travis, do you think you will ever do a video on how to make a multiplayer skin character selector? Maybe how to even do a multiplayer battle pass? I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be doing the battle pass stuff, but this template right here already has the ability to pick a character, but not really. Right? What you're doing is picking a class, and each one of these classes in this template, you can assign a different mesh. So if you wanted, as an example, a female character, which one of these classes do you want to be the female? You can have a different mesh on the red team than the blue team. So you could have, let's just say that you wanted the recon to be the female character. Okay. You put in the mesh. The red team is an elf female, and the blue team is a Indian female, right? So doing character selection, the reason that I don't really cover that too much is because of the way people build their games. They want to use 84 different character skeletons, right? That is a nightmare to try to script. Right? If your characters are all using the same skeleton, meaning they have the same default UE4 skeleton, which means they can use the exact same animation blueprint. So then all you have to do is change the mesh, which is simple to do. If you're wanting to use completely different character skeletons, that's when you get into things like this template does, which is you're actually using child blueprints, which means you would have to have a different child blueprint for every different character. And if you had 20 characters, you see how complicated that could get, right? You would have 20 goddamn child blueprints for the females and 20 for the males or whatever. So it gets complicated, but it's not hard. It's not hard to do if you make your project conform, meaning you make all your characters use the same skeletal structure. Okay. All right. So let's get back to this. So the thing is that we're calling this automatically, right? And that is the issue right there. Okay. We don't need to call that automatically. Okay, we need to there would have to be another timer. I want to give you guys something tangible here, so I keep dicking with this, and we may never get this displayed on the damn screen. It could be as simple as putting a delay in here. Okay, so let me think here. So when this becomes 0, we're resetting this. So I don't want to build another timer if we don't have to. And I don't think we have to, right? I think we can literally do it with just a delay. Okay. So that resets the cooldown. We need to, this is what we need to change right here. This needs to happen. So after the cooldown is reset, could we not just do this? Could we not just fucking do this? A delay here. Right here. Wait for this duration before we call this, right? And then that would be, okay, so set that to 10. Let's promote this to a variable. And we will just call this ability duration. Okay, so when that cooldown reaches, no, that still ain't going to work, right? Because, no. This might work, but this ain't going to work here. because we're just resetting that. So what would actually have to happen would be after we activate the ability. So that starts the cooldown timer. No, that would have to come after that. Hold on. I'm trying to jerry rig this in here so we don't have to build a whole nother damn timer. So after we activate it, we wait this long. That means that will keep running until this is over. And then when that's over, it calls server deactivatability, which goes into the character blueprint, right? Remember where that's at, which then sets using ability back to false. And it calls server deactivatability, which is setting the cooldown back to inactive. Something like that might work. Let's just... Okay, so this one, the afterburner, I mean, you would start that when the character hits the ground, right? But let's just see here. So hover, if we look back in the class defaults now, ability duration, let's set that to 20. And then let's see if we go into the stealth and we set that duration to 5. No, let's leave it at 10. Let's see if this actually is enough to get it done. Well, it's not gonna, right? Because we're overriding all this, right? So that means in the child blueprints, we would have to, well, we're going to have to do this, right? So we're going to have to create another custom event so that we can override it. So add custom event, and this would be server. What would we call this? Start duration. And that would be run on the server. And that would need to be replicated. Well, no, probably not. I don't think we would need to replicate that. And then this would be server start duration. And compile that and save it. And then that means we would have to call that in the children, right? So in hover, we would call that right here, server start duration, right? And we would call that, this is afterburn. No, this is hover. Right? So we would do that here, which also means we would do it in stealth. Server start duration. That's totally not what you would call that. That would be something else. Okay, let's see here. Biotech, and then we do hover. What did I set that one to? 20 seconds or some shit? Let's see. Yep. And then we try to activate it again, and it did. So see there? Well, the problem is that, son of a bitch. The problem is that it is well, it's the cooldown timer, right? That's set to 20 seconds. So it would be Let's set this to 30 seconds. If we could get just one of these to work, that would be awesome. I would call it. You guys would be able to figure this out, right? I mean, we're that close, but the problem is the duration's longer than the damn cooldown, I think. And it done it again. So no, that's not the way. That is not the way. It can't start the cooldown. So see, that's server start duration. So after we activate this thing, server start duration, that means that it should do this and it should wait that long. My brain's stuck. It needs to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I see what it is, I think. See, we're starting this cooldown timer immediately, right? That is not correct, right? We don't want to start the cooldown timer until this is completed, right? Because after we activate the ability, we're going to wait this long, right? Isn't that right? And then we're going to activate the cooldown. Is that right? Hold on here. Let me run through my brains again. So when we activate the ability, we're starting this duration. After that duration is completed, then we're deactivating the ability, and then we're starting the cooldown timer. Is that right? Is it really that easy? Yeah, see there, and then that means that these are all wrong too. Okay? So first we need to do this. And then that means wait. Okay, so we start that duration, and we do not start this. I wonder if that will call that server start duration. That will call that, which will run all this. Right? So then that means I don't think we even have to do this anymore. Right? Because it will jump back into the master blueprint here and run this. I think that's right. I don't know. We'll just keep beating at it until it works, right? It'll either work or it won't work. We don't need that. Okay, let's try that. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. My brain's hurt. You guys' brains hurt? My brains hurt. All right, now wait. 20 seconds, you can hover. And then when the 20 seconds is over, it would probably be beneficial if we actually had this displayed. I wouldn't be sitting here guessing. And then when this becomes over, after that 20 seconds, now we reactivate it, and it does it again. So no, that fucking didn't do it either. Son of a motherless goat. We're not supposed to be starting this until this is completed. Well, that's what we're doing, right? We're doing deactivability. I'm still not seeing this. I'm all over this. I'm all over this, but I'm still not seeing it just yet. So this is not supposed to start. Oh, I know what it is. God damn it. It's because, okay, we're calling deactivability, which is then going into the character. And that's what it is, right? Like that is what it is. It's going into the character and calling deactivatability, which is then giving us it's doing this, right? And that's wrong. Right? Because we do not need to deactivate this ability. Well, no. No. It's not supposed to even be doing this until this is completed. I think it's this, right? Isn't it? Oh, this is not supposed to be activating. Start cooldown timer. Shit, am I really going to have to start tearing stuff apart here? Hold the phone. So that should wait before it activates the cooldown. Right? Okay, let's do this. Print string. What is the best debugging tool in this entire engine? It is this. Right? Actually, it would probably be more beneficial to put this up here so we can monitor the current ability cooldown, right? Because we can't reset this until that reaches 0. But we don't even want to start this until this is completed. Okay, let's go back into these abilities here. Start duration. Yes, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. So let's wait. Just sit here and wait until that duration's over, and let's see if it starts ticking down that cooldown timer. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Okay, so it is ticking the cooldown timer, but we need to deactivate the ability. Okay, I think we're getting closer here. Maybe. I probably could read chat and you guys have already figured this out. Okay, so activate cooldown timer. Okay, I think literally it is this. So we're setting the is cooldown active to true. That's what it is, right? We're activating the cooldown. So we need to start the timer at the end of this duration. This part right here is right. Okay, this is right. We start the cooldown timer after this duration. The problem is in resetting the ability. Okay, so we need to undo the ability, but we don't need to set this false until the cooldown is over, right? So this literally, I think, is what it is right here. Well, okay, so fine, we do that. I'm trying not to have to go back and rebuild half of this shit. So what are we doing here in this hover? Stop movement immediately. Yes, we're doing that. And then we're calling this server deactivatability, which is undoing all this stuff. But we're doing this, right? And we don't want to do this until the ability is over, right? So I think this is literally what it is right here. Okay. Server start duration, right? And then we're doing all this. And then when this duration is over, we need to undo all that stuff, right? Which would be this, wouldn't it? And then after we wait for the cooldown to be over, we wait for the cooldown to be over, which means this would not be able to be called until this happens, right? Didn't we fucking have it that way to begin with? Right, so it starts the cooldown timer. The ability is deactivated though before the cooldown happens. Okay. I'm just trying to work this out. I know you guys have already figured this out in chat probably, but just give me a minute. Let my brain function. This, okay, we've still got yet an ability tied into the character master blueprint, right? So in here, deactivatability is using ability. So this right here does not need to be turned false until That's so when this reaches 0, we set is ability cooldown. Yeah. Yeah. So we activate it there. We do not deactivate this until this happens, right? Because this is where we're monitoring the cooldown, right? So when that's less than or equal to 0, that's when we are not active on the cooldown anymore, and we activate the cooldown. This is clunky here. Hold on here. I think I've got this. The ability cooldown is not active when we do this. This is, at this point, you are using the ability, right? So when you mash this button, you're using the ability, which goes into the ability master, which is activating the ability cooldown. That's not true, right? We're not activating the cooldown here. This is not where we're activating the cooldown. We are using the ability, right? And we're setting that in the character master. So when we mash this button, we are using the ability, which then goes into here, right? And this is starting the duration, which does all this. When this duration is over, we're activating the cooldown timer, which should set that true here. And then whenever this timer and stuff is completed, then it becomes false here, right? Is that right? Is that right? God damn it. And after this duration, see, we still got to reach back into the character and change that too. And that should probably be here, right? After we no, we're using the ability in the character blueprint. We are using the ability. Then we go into the master ability and we activate the ability, which starts this duration. After this duration's over, we start the cooldown timer. This is where we would set, right? We're not using the ability. That means it's over at this point, which means the character master this is where we would call server deactivate the ability. I may never get this worked out. Hopefully you guys have already solved this, right? So we deactivate the ability. We start the cooldown timer, which then starts this, which sets the cooldown active, which means we cannot activate it again until this becomes false. And now let's go look in the hover. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Where are we calling that at? Right there. Which fires through here. Which does this. And that's too long, right? We need that to, we need it to do this as soon as this is over. Yeah, that's right. God, I've got this so screwed up now. I don't know if I'll ever fucking figure it out. Son of a bitch. I'd shit if this just worked right here like magic. Wouldn't that be some shit? Oh, it's magic. You know. Could I have not picked a shorter time? All right, now it's counting down. Hey, look, I can't reactivate it. I think we just fucking did it. Right, so I can't reactivate it. And it's counting down. I think I just did it somehow by magic. I think I just got this to work. I hope you guys paid attention. I hope you found this useful because I'm shutting her down right now. I can't activate it. And then when that hits 0, theoretically, I should be able to now reactivate it. And voila, there it is. So I hope you guys took notes. Thank you for playing. I literally was just doing mental gymnastics here. But I think we got it, right? So that right there, well, I mean, that's what's getting overridden in here, right? That's what's undoing that. Yep. And then the stealth. See, I think we need to undo that too, right? Because that's different now. All right, hold on here. So this undoes it. All we put on there is what undoes it, right? Start duration. We're not calling that in here, are we? Nope. Right? So no, all we got to do now is undo whatever we did. I don't know. I probably just broke the shit out of this again. Let me go look at that. If it ain't broke, fix it till it is. So yes, we still do need to set the cooldown active and start duration. Cooldown. Set ability cooldown active. Yes, we do need to do that. That needs to be true. And then we need to call server start duration. Server start duration. And then down here on the bottom, all we need to do is just undo it, right? Isn't that what we figured out? Yep, I think so. Maybe, potentially. God, I thought this would be easier than this, but apparently not. Okay. So yes, up here we set that true. We start the duration. We do whatever it is that it needs to do to make the ability do what it does. Then it goes back into the master blueprint, runs whatever it runs in there. And then at the end of that, it does this. And then we cannot reactivate the ability until all that shit reaches 0. So what was the other crappy thing that we did here? Hold on. Afterburner. Well, shit, fire and save matches. I don't know if I'm dicking with that or not. We need to undo that. Activate cooldown timer. That is not true. That is not what needs to happen here. This is start duration. See, this one's a little different here. Because you wouldn't want to start this cooldown until the character lands on the ground, right? For Afterburner. Otherwise, you could still literally be airborne. I don't know, potentially. This totally made my brains hurt. I'll check chat here in a second. Let's just see if this shit works, right? So what we're going to do, yes, that's fine. Max ability cooldown, we're going to say 10 seconds. And the duration, ability duration, I mean, how long does this take? I don't know. What? 5 seconds? Maybe? I don't know. That one I did differently. I didn't reset the cooldown timer until you landed on the ground, but that was in a jetpacking game. You could literally fly forever, so it might not be that big of a deal here. Okay, and then hover, we set the cooldown for 30 seconds. The duration is for 20. So let's change this to hell, I don't know. Let's just leave it at that, right? That's fine. And now let's go to the stealth one, which is done jerry-rigged. So the cooldown, let's say that is 10 seconds. And we keep him invisible for 20 seconds. And now let's just go test all this bullshit. Okay, so we pick an assault class. Now, can we go again? Nope. So it's waiting on something. We need to display the damn cooldowns and shit. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And we go again. And it went again. So that one's fine. And we will change here in this handy dandy station. And we hover for however long I set that bullshit to. Oh, damn, how come that got so complicated? I got tired. I still think this way would be easier than trying to do it with that built-in shit and learn C++. Right, so now we got a 30-second cooldown. That won't work. And yes, you could probably cheat, right? So you could come over here and like literally fuck this, right? And now we can shoot. You get a free cooldown if you go switch your character out. And wait for him to come back. And then the cooldown should start. What did I set that to? 300? There it is, and now it's started. We can't turn back invisible until this reaches 0. And voila. Okay, so there it is, guys. We did it. Ship fire and save matches. Okay. Let's see here. I figured my ears was burning, right? So I figured my ears would be burning off. You guys had this figured out like an hour ago. Let's see. Set lifespan on destroyed. Oh, wait, that only works. Okay, right click and add call to parent function. You are starting the cooldown on the activation of the ability in the hover. So the cooldown has ended before the ability has ended. Need to start the cooldown when the ability is finished. Correct. Close. Move the cooldown timer to the deactivate the ability. That looks much cleaner. Yes. Right click the event. Ripper Junkie's laughing at me. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. I'm just kidding. You can laugh at me. I think it's funny as shit too when my brain gets tied up. One of these days this shit is going to blow up in my face, just so you guys know. Hey John, I'm taking your course on Udemy and enjoying it very much. Glad to see you working on an ability system with blueprints. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for buying my course. Thank you. Jay White, nicely detangled. Jay White, you're good. Well, thank you very much for that. And we have Ripper Junkie with the aftermath. So, what do you guys think of this? Will this work as a blueprint modular ability system? Will it work? And I can answer that because I already know that it'll work, because before I got raked over the coals when I was trying to create a tribes clone, let's see, what abilities did I have? Let me think. I had Afterburner, obviously. I did have the recon turning invisible, using dissolve, changing the materials, making him look like the Predator, and then after the duration was over, him fading back into his original material. Had that working. I had an ability called Shield Wall for the Dreadnought, so when you activated the ability, it literally spawned a shield in front of him that he can move. It would, when he would jump, it would jump. Right? I'll show you guys what that actually looked like if I can find a recreation of it. Let's see, what else did I have? I had the biotech where he would emit a poisonous gas that did damage over time to enemies, but if friendlies were in his radius when he activated it, instead of damaging the friendlies over time, it healed them over time, right? And I created every single one of those abilities using this method that we just did here. Master, with the, basically all that was ever in the master was the activating of the cooldown and the duration of the ability. Everything else was done via overrides in the child blueprints, okay? And you could just slot them onto the character. There was a station in the game that you could go up to, and it would look at your class, right? So were you a recon? If you were a recon, it would only show you recon abilities that you could select from. If you were a dreadnought, it would only show you dreadnought abilities that you could select from. Same was true for the weapons, right? So in that almost game that I created, you had a primary, a secondary, you had a grenade, an offhand grenade, you had a melee attack, and you had an ability. And going into those stations, depending on what class you were, would dictate what showed up in the station that you could pick from. So if you were a sniper, it gave you 2 or 3 different types of sniper rifles you could pick. It gave you 2 or 3 different types of secondary weapons, 2 or 3 different types of grenades, 2 or 3 different types of melee, and 2 or 3 different abilities. And that was for every single class in the game, right? And that's exactly how that worked. And you could change them. And it was cool. And then I had to shut her down because I got falsely accused of stealing shit. And you guys know how I work and how I, you know, create animations in the engine and all that kind of stuff. And so I had no foolproof way to prove that I didn't do what they said that I did. I didn't have source files, right? Because I didn't make animations the way that animators make animations. I made them in the engine. I literally had no source file. Okay. So I had no way to prove it. Okay. But anyway, whatever. I don't want to get wrapped up into that. So I hope that this demonstration was sufficient to the guy that requested this. And I hope that he sends the contribution that he said that he would. And this also should show you guys a little bit more of the power of this little $6 template that I sell on the marketplace. You know, that it can be expanded, and you can do the same thing with the weapons, right? Like you could put different weapons on different classes, right? So you could literally give the sniper a sniper rifle. And then if you pick the biotech, you could create a damaging weapon for the enemy, but make it heal your teammates, right? And you can do the ability system the same way. The main difference here is that doing the weapon systems the way that I do them, it's a lot easier to create a good master weapon blueprint that you can alter than it is the abilities, because abilities are so unique depending on what it is that you're trying to do. They literally all have to be created differently. But even having said that, you can still make them sort of modular to where, once again, all you have to do in the child blueprint is do these 2 overrides here. And then you call this, and then you script in what happens when you activate it and what happens when you deactivate it. So in this afterburner example, there's nothing to undo when you do the afterburner, because all you're doing is launching the character forward. You could probably make it launch him up and forward so that he goes up and then jolts forward. So there's not anything to undo. But yet some of the abilities that you would do, like this janky hover that we did, you do the exact same thing here. You script in what it needs to do when you do the hover, when you activate it, and then when it's deactivated, you undo that. Same with the stealth. Same with to allow friendlies to shoot through it from behind, but yet any enemy fire that came in, it would block it, right? I think that's how I did that. I don't remember. It's been a long time ago. So the only thing that we haven't done is put the displays on the screen, right? We're literally still doing that on event tick. Okay. Did I name all these? I mean, we may try to slap it. The putting it on the screen part isn't very hard. Okay. I just am terrible when it comes to UI, but I could probably show this like here in a few minutes. Maybe we'll do that. So that's actually called afterburner. That's actually called hover. And that's actually called stealth. Okay. So to put it on the screen, I mean, maybe we should do a recap first. I don't know. Let's just get this shit on the screen. Okay. So let me look in these widgets here. And what do we have? We have player. Oh, look, I've already created the container and the player info and the player tag. What is in the player info? Well, all I'm putting here is the class name. So I've already got this kind of set up in here. So let's see if I can slap this on the damn screen real quickly. Okay. So let me look at my reference here so that maybe I can potentially make this faster. So I don't have to sit here going, okay, well, I mean, that doesn't look too complicated. This might be janky, but we will do it, right? So we're going to create a user interface, a widget, and this will be a user widget, and we will call this BPW ability info, like this. And really, you guys will have to forgive me for this because I'm absolutely terrible at this shit. But essentially, you would add a canvas panel Okay. And then you would add a text to the canvas panel. And we will take said text and we will move that down here. And we will anchor that to the bottom left. And now let's put that here. And this will be the ability name. Something like that. And then we need, well, we need another text, right? So it would be a text. And this would just be some damn numbers, right? For the cooldown. So I'll just put in 0, 0, 0 like that. And I suppose we can select both of these, right click, wrap with a horizontal box. And then we will expand this. Really, shouldn't this be, I don't know what, feel? Feel? I don't know. This may not work worth a piss, but we will carry on. Okay. And so for the ability name, we would create binding here. And this would be, where is the name, right? Well, it's on that actor that we attached, right? So we would need to get player pawn, and we would need to cast to the master character. Let's unhook this. And from there, we would need to see if this is valid. And then we would need to get the ability reference. Oh shit, we're fixing to crash this motherfucker out again. Hold on. Let me reboot this. Son of a bitch, Epic, why does your stuff hate me so much? I want to know. I really do want to know. Why? Why? Oh, why? It's like a timer, right? It starts flashing. It's like I'm fixing to blow. I'm fixing to blow. So we go back in here, back into the graph, and we carry on from where we were. So we need the ability, get ability 1 ref, right? That's where the name is. And then from that, we would also want to check if this is valid. So we would do that. And then we just simply need to get the name, get ability name. And that is what will go here. And if this is not, let's duplicate this. If this cast fails, we go here. If this is not valid, we go here. And if this is not valid, we go here, which means it ain't going to print it. All right, let's put this on the screen and see what we got. So in this project here, if we open up this container, the only thing that I have is this. But if we come over here to user created and we put in the ability info and we anchor this to the bottom left, and I'm just going to stick this right freaking here. and we may actually end up having to put some spacers and shit in here. But let's just pop in here, open the map. Let's pop in here and see if it actually gives us a name. Look at that. It says Afterburner, right? It says Afterburner, which is exactly what he has. And then if we come over here and we change to Biotech, oh, he has Hover. It says Hover. And then if we come over here and change to the Recon, it says he has Stealth. Now we just got to get the damn cooldown part done. Okay, so back in the widget under the player, under the ability info, we need to take the text for the all the zeros, and we need to bind, create binding, and this one needs to, well, shit, let's cheat, shall we? So all this is going to be the same except for the ability name, and we don't need that. So we unselect it and we hit Control C, and then we come over here, unhook this, hit Control V to paste this in here. And this time around, what we want is the get current ability cooldown, and we put this here at the end, and we plug this up, let it do our perversion conversion, and then we dupe this return node, and if this cast fails, we go here. If this is not valid, we go here, and if this is not valid, we go here. Now theoretically, we should now actually have, look at that, it says 10, and then if we activate it, it still says 10, and then after the duration, whatever that duration was, it will now start counting down, and it displays it on the damn screen. Of course, my widgets suck, right? So you guys would want to, you know, swap text, ability is activated, you know, whatever the hell it is that you guys choose to do. And he will hover, like you might want to display the duration, right? So that you know how long it's going to run. And you would, I don't know how you would do it, right? You would put more text in there, and you would say ability. You might not want to display the cooldown until it actually starts the cooldown, right? I mean, guys, I am literally terrible at fucking UI, but it would probably be something more worse to do something like this, right? So you would set this to be hidden, right? So where the hell would this be? This would be right here, visibility. You would set this to be hidden. And then somewhere when you activate the ability, you would want to make that be visible. So how would you do that? I mean, you would, well, back in the graph, right? So this is the current ability cooldown. You would want to, so is cooldown active, right? So is cooldown, son of a bitch, what did I call that? Cooldown. Get is ability cooldown active, and you would put a branch here. I don't know if this will work or not. We're just going to try. I'm terrible at UI completely. So when this becomes true, you would, so that text needs to be, an is variable. And then we go back into the graph, and then we would want to take, this is why you name your shit, which fucking one is it? Is it this one? Is it called text 0? Is that literally it? Text block 113. Text block 113. That, and you would say set visibility to be visible when this becomes true. And then when it becomes false, Control D to duplicate this. When this becomes false, we'd set this shit back hidden. And you would do that. And theoretically, potentially, possibly, it shouldn't be visible. It literally fucking hid the whole goddamn thing. That what I was trying to do. How did that happen? What the hell happened here? Oh. Right. It still shouldn't have said all of it invincible. What the hell did I just do? I just blew the whole goddamn thing up, didn't I? Oh, look at that. It says Afterburner, and now we have no numbers. And then when we activate it, well, technically you wouldn't want it to display until the cooldown starts or some bullshit, right? I mean, literally, I could sit in here fucking with this for days, and it still would suck, right? So that is not exactly what we're trying to do. It would be, okay, so it's invisible by default. And then when we activate the ability, not the cooldown, right? The ability, that's the problem right there. It needs to be is ability cooldown active. When that becomes true, we turn it visible, and then when it becomes false, we turn it back hidden. I don't know. Was that right? Is ability cooldown active? So when we immediately activate it, we don't need to display this until the cooldown becomes active. And I think the janky ass way that we did this, I believe it sets that, you know, this still ain't exactly right. Like, this would take a level of tweaking, but I think potentially it's because we're setting that true immediately. We wouldn't want that to happen until the cooldown activates. But I thought that we were, I guess not, right? Like, what the hell are we doing in here again? So when we activate this, server start duration, right? So that shouldn't activate it, right? Because at this point, it's not active, and then we do this, or are we, right? So when we start the duration, yes. Server activate cooldown timer and that is when we are activating it. So that should make it display. And then whenever this reaches 0, we're turning it back false. I don't know. That still don't work worth shit. Whatever. It's because of the duration, right? We don't need to display this until the duration is complete. Whatever. It kind of works. Like, I'm just going to say, okay, that's it. It works. So I'm going to close my references down over here. Let's bring chat back up. Let's see. Nicely detained aftermath. Oni with the shades on. Contribution is sent. That was correct. Afterburner duration was just messed up. Yep, probably. Okay. So with that, guys, I'm going to light a smoke and I'm going to hang out here for a few more minutes, and we might do just a quick recap here. Okay. Let's do a recap. I like recaps because this helps my brain absorb this information. So what we did was, in the character master blueprint, actually what we actually did first was we created a actor blueprint called Ability Master. Inside this Ability Master, and we actually don't need this print string anymore. In this ability, the first thing that we did was we set the damn actor to be replicated. Then we added a sphere collision and we turned all the collision off. And we added a mesh and we turned all the collision off simply as a visual representation, right? Like you wouldn't literally leave that on there. You could leave, well, hell, what I would do is this, right? There is a rendering section here, and all you got to do is just simply check is hidden in game. And now when you spawn in, you don't have the damn circle of death around your body, okay? But you still have the ability, okay? So we did all that. We created an actor. We set the actor to be replicated. Very important. Replicates, true. We put a sphere collision on, turned all the collision off. We put a sphere mesh in, turned all the collision off. And then we attached this actor to the character in the character master blueprint. On event begin play, we strung this shit all the way over hell and half of Georgia. Switch as authority. Spawn actor from class. We got the mesh of the character. We got the socket transform. We put a socket on the character. We set the owner and the instigator to self. We stored that in a reference. We're checking the validity, and if it is valid, we're attaching it to the character in that socket we put on the character, and we set all these to snap to target. Then, in the ability master, we created a variable in here called character master reference, and we set it to the type, character master reference, and then we set it to be exposed on spawn and instance editable, so that we could feed in a reference to self so that we don't have to cast to the character master blueprint. This variable is set to be replicated. Then we came down here and we put in a key press. We created a custom event called Serveractivatability. We're checking the validity of that reference that we stored. And we did some other shit. Wow, what a good explanation. And we did some other shit. Then in the ability, we created on event begin play with a switch as authority. We created a variable, an integer called current ability cooldown, which is set to be replicated. We created a max ability cooldown, which is not set to be replicated. Then we created this little timer dealio. We also created a boolean that is set to be replicated to is ability cooldown active, and we're setting it true. Then we're starting the timer. We stored this in the timer handle in a variable, and we're ticking every 1 second. And this is just subtracting 1 second from the max ability cooldown, clamping it. what a recap, man. I mean, this is like the best recap ever. We're checking to see if that current ability is less than or equal to 0. If that's true, we stop the timer, we reset the ability cooldown, and we're setting the ability cooldown is active back to false. We created a custom event called client on ability activated, which is called from the character master blueprint. We created a variable on the character called is using ability. We're setting that to true. It is replicated. We're setting that to true here. And then we go into the master ability. Nothing happens here, but there might in the future, right? If you're doing something that the client needs to run, you would put that right here. We created another custom event called server start duration. We put a delay. This is how long the ability will run. When that duration is over, we're deactivating the ability in the character master, right? So that's why we have that reference in here. We're doing a callback, which is then doing this. It's setting is using ability back to false, and it's calling server deactivate ability, which is in the ability master, which is not doing a damn thing because we're overriding it in all the children, right? So then we created a child blueprint. The first one was called Afterburner. We're letting the event begin play, call the parent. And then we overrode what happens when the server event activates the ability. We're setting the ability cooldown to active. And then we're calling server start duration, which resides in the master blueprint, which is this. And then when all that's done, it calls all these things. So this is what happens when we activate it. We just launch this character. When it calls server deactivate ability, we don't have to undo this. But in the hover ability, same kind of scenario. Everything's the same till we get right here. This is what we do to make the character stick in the air. This. Whenever that duration is over, when this duration is over, we undo this so that we get the character to come back down and reset his movement speed, air speed, whatever the hell this is. And then in the stealth mode, identical, you see the redundancy here. So there is still some things that could probably be done in the master that you don't need to do in here, right? It's just a matter of figuring out exactly what that is. See, this is always going to happen regardless of the ability. So this override would probably need to go further, right? Like what I'm trying to say here is that instead of having to do this in every single damn child blueprint, what you would probably rather do is in here. Let's see, how could you do this? You could do this. You could server start duration. Well, one thing that you could do to stop some of this is, well, let's go back into the children. Okay, so if we go back in here, so what are we doing in here that's redundant? We're doing this, right? So if we were to, I don't know. I mean, is that how the override would work? Like, does it? No, it literally would stop here, right? Because we overrode this, so that means this wouldn't happen. So if you want this to not have to be done here, you would. Well, shit. I mean, you could do this probably. I mean, I'll sit here and dick around with this for a minute, but you could literally, well, here's what we're going to do, right? So what is it we're doing? We're setting isAbility cooldown active. You would say this, you would do this, set isAbility cooldown active. You would do this, set that to true. Then you would do this, server start duration, because that is the same across all of them. And then you would create another custom event. And here, this would probably be the better way to do it. You would say server start override. Yeah, just call it that, server start override. Okay. And this would be set to run on the server. Actually, it would be better to call server start ability, server start. We would need activate and deactivate, right? So this would be, what would this be? This would be server start ability override here. Server start override. Yeah, that would work. Okay. And you would set that to be run on the server. And then right here, we're not doing anything in here on deactivate, or are we? Right? Let me look at a different ability here. Hover. No, all we're doing is just whatever it takes to undo it. All the rest of the stuff is called automatically. So it would be this, right? It would literally be, okay, so all that stuff is fine. Okay, and it would be server start override. But there might be an instance where you would have to call it here, server start override. And then I would just, to be sure here, I would create another custom event, and I would call this server stop override. And that would be set to run on the server. And I spelled this one wrong. So let's put another, well, I don't know. Is it supposed to have 2 R's? I don't know. Does anybody even care? Whatever. Okay. And then you would call that one here, server stop override. Okay. And then this would be where you start your override in your child blueprints. Okay. Instead of having to do that redundancy stuff. So what does that mean? That means that we could come in here and we could get away. We don't need that, and we don't need that. And instead we would override server. Yeah, we don't need either of these, right? So instead what we would do is we would do, let's see, override, and that would be server start override, and that would be where you would put this. And then if you needed to do something on stop override, which in this instance we don't, you would do server stop override, and you would script right here what needs to be different. Okay. And so then that means we could go into hover, and we can get rid of this redundant bit, and we could get rid of that, and we would override server start override. I'm just going to put this in here just to see, right? Server start override, which would be this. And then this would not need to be this anymore. It would be override, stop override, and then that would be this. And compile that and save it. And then one more. See, this is what you do, right? You put everything that is exactly the same in the master blueprint. And so this would be, once again, start override, and that would go here. And then stop override would go here. See how that works? And now we just cut out all that redundancy. Unless something changes, right? But I think that will be exactly the same, but we just reduce some redundancy. So if we now do this, boom, it did not activate. Of course it didn't activate, because why? We just broke it. You son of a... Right, so when we activate this, it should be doing all this. Activate cooldown timer. It should be running all that, and maybe this is what we need to do. What did I do? How did I break this, right? Like that shouldn't be calling any of that. So it should be doing all this, right? Isn't that right? Start override here. Let's see. Nope, it's not calling it. Whatever. I just broke it. Just never mind that whole last part, because I just fucking broke every bit of this. God damn it. I mean, it should be calling this, right? Because we didn't override. Server start override. So that's where we overrode this. And that should be event server start override. Whatever. I just fucking broke it. All that hard work and I just broke it. Lovely. See, I mean, it's working partially, but it's not fucking doing what it's supposed to do. How the hell did I just break this? Why did you guys, if it ain't broke, fix it till it is. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. Right? Let's see. I bet I know what it is. I hate working with these overrides, but I bet you. Let me think here. I mean, we shouldn't have to. Yeah, I mean, that's an override, right? We're not overriding that anymore. Yeah, I mean, it should be doing all this. Come on, Mr. Print String. Tell me what you're doing wrong. Why the hell is this broken all of a sudden? Shouldn't have did that, but it did. So there's that. If we do that, yeah, see, it called that, which means it should have run every single bit of this. Wait a minute. These are never getting called, right? So that's what it is. Son of a bitch. It needs to go to server, start override. That's what it is right there. Start duration. I mean, I guess we could do it right after this. And then we need to server stop override. And we would do that right here. That's what it is. Those events are never getting called. Right? And then that should do this now, theoretically. Does it work? Are we going to keep doing this until we literally break it all? There it went. There it is. There it is. So we still eliminated some redundancy. I swear. Oof. Now you can't see me, son. There we go. So that's what it was. That has to be called. We just don't do anything in here. So now, what all you have to do now in the child blueprints is you override, you call these, and then you script in what you want it to do, and all the rest of the stuff is triggered in the master. So that eliminated some redundancy. Yep. And then now check this out. You take the master, create child blueprint, and this would be VPC shield wall. And then all you have to do is open this bitch, go into the event graph, delete these two, and you simply start your scripting in the override on server start override and server stop override. And right here, what do you want it to do? What do you do to get the shield wall to appear? Then, what do you do to get the shield wall to disappear when the ability's over? Right? And so every child blueprint, you start right here. And then if you, during the duration of creating your abilities, if you find anything else that is common to all the child blueprints, you transfer that out of your child blueprints and you put it back in your master. Always remember though, don't ever put anything in here in the master. All that you override in the child blueprints. And anything that needs to be different, you do in here. If it's the same across all the abilities, right? So if you want to make a timer to show the duration instead of just it being there, like you could literally change this to say, you take the ability duration, create a new timer, and then you subtract 1 second for every second that is in the duration. You put that in here and then you make it display, right? So you guys should be able to take, hopefully you guys should be able to take what I did here, build upon this to customize it however you want it to be. But this is basically the way that I did the modular ability system without trying to use the built-in stuff, right? And it should work. And then after you get that built, in here using these overrides. After you get the shield wall built, then you simply go to your classes and you say, okay, we're going to put that one on the dreadnought, right? So you pick the ability and you say, okay, the dreadnought's going to get the shield wall. And then we will put in, just to show you guys real quickly here, we'll put in print string. Do this to activate shield wall. Duplicate it. Do this to deactivate shield wall. And now when you spawn in as a dreadnought, well, actually, hold on, I forgot something here, which would be in the class defaults, this would be, name would be shield wall. And then of course, you know, how long is the duration for the cooldown? 30 seconds. How long does it last? We'll say 20. And now when you pick a dreadnought, you have shield wall, you activate it, it prints string, do this when shield wall is activated. And we wait for the duration and it should pop the message up. It says, do this to deactivate shield wall or some shit. Actually, it's not counting down. Oh yeah, there it goes. Okay, so yeah, it don't count down till it deactivates. Okay. All right, let me bring chat over here one more time. Afterburners, okay. How hard would it be to add a timer to activate an ability, then start the duration? For example, you want to call a weapon, but the duration wouldn't start till you can use the weapon, not while you are. Let me reread that. How hard would it be to add a timer to activate an ability, then start the duration? For example, you want to call a weapon, but the duration wouldn't start till you can use the weapon, not while you are. I'm not sure I quite understand the wording of that, but let me read that one more time. How hard would it be to add a timer to activate an ability, then start the duration? While the weapon is spawning, the duration wouldn't start yet. While the weapon is spawning. I still don't quite understand. It does not compute. I mean, it only takes a split second to spawn something. So I don't understand the wording of that. Like, you can make it spawn whenever you want it to. Like if you want to mash a button and then wait for a duration, then have it spawn something, you know, you just have to script that in where you spawn it at. And you don't necessarily need a timer for that. You can use a delay. So in other words, press this button, wait this long, after that duration is over, then do this, right? Isn't that how that would be? And you could set a timer, you know, for, you know, like, for example, after you spawn the item, I mean, you can do a lot with just simple Boolean variables, right? Like, let's go back into this master character here for a second. So as an example, up here, we're spawning this weapon in. Well, if you want to make it to where you can't use this weapon, this ability, until a duration, right? You would just, well, I mean, it's stupid to describe it this way, but you would do something like this, right? You would create a Boolean variable that says, can use item. Okay. And of course, that's false by default. And since this is multiplayer, this would be probably replicated. Okay, so it's false by default. So after you spawn and attach the weapon, you could put a delay here. And you could say, wait for this long, and then set can use the item to true after this duration. And then to stop you from being able to do it, you could come down here like as an example here, we're doing all these checks here. You could move this over and you could do one more check, right? You could do a branch here and you could say, can use item. And when that becomes true, then you can actually use the item, right? And you would compile and save it. So let me look at this one more time. So if we set this to 5 seconds, so after the weapon, after the ability, the weapon being spawned, after it's all hooked up and attached, we're going to wait for 5 seconds. And until this 5 seconds is over, this is false. After the 5 seconds is over, it becomes true, which then means that this will be true, which then means you can use the ability. Right. And then of course you would have to make a widget or whatever and display the time on it, but it would be this, right? So now when I come in here as an assault, I can't activate the ability until that duration is over. And now the duration is over, I activated the ability and now I gotta wait on the other cooldown. So I don't know if that's exactly what you're after, but yeah, you can do a lot of crazy shit with the delays and booleans. Let's see here. The weapon animation of it being spawned in wouldn't be part of the total weapon duration. Yeah, I still don't quite get what you're asking. So you're wanting to play an animation to, so an animation will play, the weapon will spawn. During that animation is the animation of the weapon spawning. And then you make it become active so that you can use it. Wait a minute. I think I might understand what you're asking. Text is so hard to interpret. I'm gonna have to hire a translator. My brain does not compute. Well, it depends on how you're playing the animation, for one. Where you're playing the animation. I will tell you guys that anything you're doing that has to do with animation needs to be done in the animation blueprint. Regardless of any tutorials you guys have seen where they're playing damn montages in weapon blueprints and that shit, it's called an animation blueprint for a reason, right? It's supposed to handle animation, anything to do with animation. So when you play an animation montage, right? So if you right click in your animation blueprint and you type montage, And you have one in here called montage play. And of course you have to have a montage, and I don't in this project, right? You play it here. This return value is how long it takes that animation to play, right? So if you have a montage that is playing, you would put a delay here, and you plug this in like this. And this means that every montage, they can all be different durations. It doesn't matter. Whatever, like say for example, it takes that montage 2 seconds to play from start to end. That means it will set this delay to 2 seconds. Then if you have this scenario that we have, in the character master, instead of doing it here with a delay, I mean, you could probably promote that to a variable and get it in here, but instead of doing that, what you could do now, you wait for the montage to finish playing, which sets this duration. Then you take your character master reference here, and from that, after the duration, you set can use item, not get, you set can use item to true, right? And so however long it takes that montage to play, after it's finished, it sets that to true, which then means this is now true, which then means you can now use the item, activate the ability, fire the gun, whatever, right? So that's kind of how that could work. Or alternately, you could not do this, and instead you could promote this to a variable, and you could call this animation on duration, right? And instead of doing that, now you could come in here, and you could, well, you could go back to where we were up here, right? So after you attach all that, you could, let's see, how do you do this? This would be a delay again, but this time around, you get the mesh of the character, and you say get anim instance, which is your animation blueprint. Then you cast to the animation blueprint. What the fuck did I call that? Master. Yeah, cast to the animation blueprint. And you fetch that duration, get anim spawn duration, and you set this delay here to whatever that was, however long it took it to play, and then you set can use item to true here, right? See, so when I tell you guys there's about 1 million different ways to do every goddamn thing, you know, it just depends on how you want to do it, right? But that would do essentially the same thing. After it spawns, it's going to go fetch however long it took this montage to play, and it's going to wait that long, and then it's going to set it true here. So it really just depends on, you know, where you want it to happen, but you definitely shouldn't be playing animations in any blueprints other than in the animation blueprint. Okay. All right. Let's check chat one more time. I don't want the duration of the ability to go down while the weapon is being spawned in, but start after the animation finishes. Yeah. Well, I mean, you basically, you know, what I'm saying here is the only thing that affects the duration of the ability or whatever that we just did here is when you activate it. So if you don't want the ability to be able to be activated until after an animation, you get the length of the animation, you wait for that long before you allow that to be used. And you could do it, you know, can use item, simple Boolean variable. It's false until it plays the animation. And after the animation, it's now hot, if you will. So you set that true, and now you can use it. Okay? Something like that. All right, guys, I am beat. I am tired. We have successfully achieved what I tried to achieve in this little demonstration porpoise here. So I hope you guys liked this. I hope this answered the question, and I appreciate the contribution. And where you guys go from here is your own accord. This is a way to achieve a modular ability system. The bad part about this is, how many goddamn abilities are you going to have? Right? Because each one, for the most part, is going to need to be its own unique child blueprint. And you simply start with these two overrides. What does it need to do in order to activate it? What happens when it activates? Does anything need to happen when you deactivate it? And anything you find yourself doing redundant, you put it in here. So that ain't too bad, right? I mean, some abilities can get really, really complicated, but most of the abilities and stuff are not really that complicated, right? Like, you've seen Afterburner's not that complicated. The hover ability is not that complicated. The shield wall ability would probably get a little weird, right? Because you've got to, I mean, what do you want it to do? Do you want the shield to be able to move along with the character? Do you want it to just plop something out in front of the character and it just stay there for a duration, right? So as much as I would like to, there's no way that I could script out 10,000 different abilities. But essentially, from my understanding, this is essentially how the ability system that's built into the engine works, right? You create, you create all these little quote unquote modules, and then you add them to your character, right? It has the ability to do this. It has the ability to do that. The Lyra project's even the same way, right? So what they did was they used the built-in ability system in Lyra, whatever the hell it is, that new shooter template they have. They created an ability to reload. So instead of doing it the way that I've done it, built it right into the weapon, they created a separate module that you plug into the character that then gives the character the ability to reload. I forget what all they did, but they did a bunch of them that way. So they broke it apart and tried to make it modular that way. Like, I think they even created the death as a ability. You have the ability to die. And here's what happens when you die. You have the ability to respawn. Here's what happens when you respawn. So they kind of did it that way. And I find that doing weapons, you can get away with making one master weapon blueprint, and you can, script it such a way that you can create a multitude of different weaponry from a single blueprint. But abilities, on the other hand, like legit abilities, they're so unique and so different that I find it impossible. Like, you could do it. I'm not saying that you can't. You could create an enum system to where when you activate the ability, if it's Afterburner, go this way. If it's shield wall, go that way. If it's hover, go this way, right? But honestly, I believe it's better really to do it this way, because then you can keep your child blueprints nice, simple, and to the point, right? So in other words, you don't have a master blueprint that's got 10 billion different nodes in here directing to do 10 billion different things. Instead, you create these little child blueprints and you put just a little bit of stuff in here, whatever it needs to do when you activate it. And that way you can keep them pretty simple. Like, see there, that's not complicated. And then, you know, stealth, that would, if you done that properly, that might get a little complicated, but yeah. You would be changing materials, what you would be doing. You would fade them in, fade them out. Also, another thing would be the multicasting of the sounds, right? So that's one other little thing here that we'll go ahead and cram in here. So every ability, I suspect, would have sounds and sound effects, right? So how would you integrate that into this, right? So that would be something that would need to happen on the master weapon. So generally speaking, right, you would create a custom event and you would call this multicast ability FX, like that. And that would be multicast. And then you would have to figure out where you need to call it, right? Or what you need it to do when you activate it. So really, in the master blueprint, you wouldn't even hook nothing to this, right? Because this is just your template. But every ability would probably have like some sort of a particle that happens when you activate it, some sort of a sound effect when you activate it. So then in your child blueprints here, Afterburner is an example, you would do an override for multicast ability FX right here. Right? You would do that here. And then you would script in, okay, what does it need to do when you activate the ability? You would say, okay, well, we need to spawn emitter. Right click, spawn emitter, attached or at location, right? You would, okay, we need to play this emitter. We need to attach it to a bone or to his feet or whatever it is. And then you would do something like play sound at location. So it makes this sound when you do it. Here's the sound. Here's the location where it plays, or spawn sound attached, whatever, however you do it. And then you would call that where you need it to be called at, as long as the server calls it. So when you activate the ability, you would call multicast ability FX. And then that, after it activates the ability, it will call this and it will do this. And that will be multicast. Okay. And that would be how it would work. And you know, every ability might be different. You might have, I don't know, let's say that you increase the character's movement speed so he can haul ass. And when he does that, you want smoke to come off his legs or whatever. Well, you would say, okay, well, we need this particle to spawn. We'll attach it to his knee bones or whatever it is. And then he needs to play the Roadrunner sound, meep, meep, when you activate it, right? So once again, that's how it would work. You would put it in the master and override it in the the child blueprints. And if it's a looping sound, see, this is where that would come in. Okay, so if it's a looping sound, you don't do play sound. You would do, what is it? Fade in, fade out. Well, When you activate it, you would fade it in. And then when you deactivate it, you would fade it out, right? So it might require, you know, another, instead of doing it this way, it might be, in the master, you might change this to multicast start ability FX, and then you might have another one called multicast stop ability FX. So that way in your child blueprints, if you need it to do this and it ends up being a looping sound, you can fade it in here when you activate the ability, and then when the ability becomes deactivated, you could fade it out by overriding the stop ability FX or whatever. All right. And so with that, guys, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I appreciate the contribution. If any of you guys find this stuff useful, helpful, interesting, entertaining, or not, you can use the links underneath all these videos and send me a contribution to my PayPal. If you would like to request something to be covered or talked about, before you send me a nickel, send me an email, ask me what you would like to see me cover, and if I want to cover it, I will reply back to you and say, hey, if you'll make a contribution, I will cover that. Just do not request how do I build my game, bruh, videos, because that would take, oh, I don't know, I've got a course on Udemy that's only 44 hours long, and we still didn't make a whole damn game. We got close, a good starting point. But guys, this shit takes a long time, especially if you're starting from scratch, right? And that's what most people want. They're like, well, I'm not buying your shitty stuff. I want to start from ground zero. Well, can't help that. All right. So with that, you guys take care. This is John Galt, and we will see you guys in another video, probably Friday, right? We'll do the Friday stream where we hang out and dick around and blow shit up or not blow shit up or listen to me whine for 3 hours. So with that, you guys take care, and we will see you later. Peace.